Alrighty. Hello, hello. Happy today. Happy Thursday. My earbuds are all wonky. Alright. Let's see. So yeah, I'm gonna do just a normal stream today. Normal painting, no finishing work, no screwing around with words, graphic design stuff. None of that. Although that was fun. I enjoyed it. But today we are gonna paint fantasy environments. Back to our norm. I googled a random playlist, not googled, Spotified a random playlist, and yeah, that's adventure music. I literally just typed in adventure music. I don't know what it's gonna give us, but we'll see. We're going on an adventure. But yeah, hope everyone's doing well. Hope that if there's any audio problems or something, let me know. It's possible. Alright. I'm gonna just move some of this stuff around. Delete some of the things, because these are from last stream. Somebody had redeemed a 5-minute thumbnail sketch, so that was that. Although I technically worked a little longer on it. The top one was like an explanation thing of sort of color, I think, is what I was doing. But that's not really relevant. We can probably just delete that as well. I don't know. Yeah, nah, we can keep it there. Some random... Nah, let's get rid of it. Sorry, apple or fruit or orange or peach or whatever the heck it is. Random sphere with orange. Alright, let's... Oh, what the heck? What's going on? Why? Oh, that's... Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. Wait, that shouldn't be that way, though. I'm confused. Why is it... Oh, because there's a random bar here. Okay. That makes sense. I'm struggling today. Deselect, delete. There we go. Perfect. Now, let's paint some adventurous stuff. Some happy paintings. Alright. I think music can go a little louder. If it ends up being... If I end up being too loud or the music's too loud or something, let me know. I'm going to turn it up. There we go. There. Adventure music. A Tale of Sea Dragons. That is who... Or that's the song. Alright, yeah, I don't know. I feel like adventure has lots of green in it. It doesn't have to. Maybe it goes through the seasons. Like, if you're traveling on a long journey, like, you know, Frodo and the gang, maybe, like, you go through the hills and the valleys and, like, but, like, the seasons change because it's such a long adventure, so you have, like, autumn scenes and winter scenes. I guess it doesn't just have to be happy, you know? Although there's nothing wrong with starting an adventure on a high note. That's like classic video game, like MMO layout, where like your start is like on the scale of like paradise to total horror and like hell. Oftentimes, like MMOs, there was like the design philosophy of like starting you out kind of like in the middle, and then you'd kind of go down and like the scenes would get darker and darker and worse until you kind of pop back out on the other side. And it's like, then you have these really nice places. Like, you've reached your destination, the end game. And I think Lost Ark was a game that really followed that. It started, you know, in a pretty nice spot. It wasn't, like, the best, but it got really grim and everything got super, like, more and more messed up and like, cold and just awful. And then it came out on the other end, and you were like, oh, it's a literal paradise town. And it's like, this is just where you chill when you log in at the end game. It's just a super nice beach area. But anyway, I always thought that was interesting. Adventure time, Mr. Big Cookie, how's it going? Come and grab your friends. We're bound for a distant lands. Now go collect 12 bear pelts. bear pelts at level 1, it's always like rabbits or goblins. Goblins are the classic D&D like noob thing, right? Uh what else is there? Yeah, but yeah, it's always something, right? Yeah, bear pelts or something. You gotta go collect things. I know a lot of people don't like those types of quests. I like it though. I like those collecting quests. I've always enjoyed them. Maybe I'm, with people like me who make the games or something, and then they put them in there, and then everyone seems to not like collecting quests. I mean, I think if you have too many of them, it's annoying. When it feels like go collect me 12 bear pelts, and then you return, it's like, now I need 50, antlers. It's like, come on, really? 50? And it's like, all right, fine, I do it. And then you go and it's like, now, can you go collect some flowers for me? It's like, okay, like, come on, man, I'm just doing your chores at this point. And I understand the annoyance there. If it just feels like you're running chores for someone. Or will you... I think the ones that I always hate the most are like, will you deliver this letter for me? And it's literally just you running, talking to someone, and then running back. Those felt the worst because there was never anything... You never did anything. And I think, in theory, those quests could be really fun if you start out the game as like, will you deliver this letter for me, young boy, or whatever, young person? And then you start to go on the quest, and then suddenly, like, the game happens. Like, that would be a cool way to do it. What game are you talking about? No game in particular, just MMOs in general. Like, delivery quests, or, go farm, go kill 12 bears and get me their pelts. If it has MMO in the name, it's pretty accurate. Yeah. Basically any MMO. But I actually like I think in theory delivery quests could be cool, but I've never seen them done well. It's always just been like running errands, and maybe it would be good if it were like a tutorial where like you need to learn to use a waypoint or something, and so like they're like, go to this town and deliver a thing, and you fight your way there, and then when you get there they're like, oh, by the way, here's the token that you can use to teleport, and you're like, oh gosh, of course, right? And then so there was no like go there and go back. The going back was instant, and like, that's fine, whatever. And if it's disguised, if it's a tutorial in disguise, or it's something, that sort of triggers an event, and it's not actually a delivery quest, it's fine. But just the random, like, you talk to an old lady in a fantasy town, and she's like, go deliver this mail to my friend, and it's like, no, use the mailbox, like, why am I doing this? And there's nothing up in it for you other than like a few gold pieces or something, or a few silver, a few shekels. I don't even know what a shekel is, but anyway, it's like, this is just not worth my time. Delivery quests are often a way to lead people to certain points of interest. I mean, I think in theory, but they seemingly never do. I don't know if I've ever seen a delivery quest that has actually been like, oh, thank goodness I was on this quest because I wouldn't have known to come here. I don't think I've ever experienced that. Or if that's the point, then it went over my head. I don't know. I'm pretty sure. Like, I think in theory, delivery quests could be good, right? But yeah, if it's just like trying to move you from one town to the next or whatever, like, all right, whatever, that's fine. I don't know. I feel like events should happen on that thing, but I guess that's a very particular type of game. I don't think that's quite... MMOs aren't really cut out for that, where like you go on a delivery quest and along your way of walking down the path, you get... There's like a... you wouldn't have been here otherwise, and then you get ambushed and stuff. Hey, Raichiana, how's it going? Fetch. Yes, fetch quests. Exactly. Fetch. Is that fetch? Are you trying to make fetch happen? Is that what's happening? Raichiana's trying to make fetch happen. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I am just feeling some pretty chill environment today. Adventure environment. Maybe not adventure. I don't know. Let's do something here before I get too caught up in colors. I mean, colors are fine, but let's slap some stuff. Slap some stuff. That's anyone who isn't anyone who's new here. Slap some colors. That's the phrase I use. Slap some colors on the canvas, and then I just simplified it to slap some stuff. Let's slap some things. What? I realize that sounds funny, probably. Maybe there's a path that goes along here, and then here, and then back here. A little lost and found edges. That's a classic. The path kind of pops out of one spot and back into another. I'm going to try to go a little scribbly today with sort of some of the lines I use. Just to, like, use scribbles to show the landform. Just because I want to see if it helps me carve out some of the shapes. Like, for example, if I have a shadow here, maybe it'll... You know, maybe by using these lines I can think, like, okay, here's the top of the things, like the hills. I don't know. Maybe it'll be useless, but I think it'll be worth trying. Giant trees. Massive grove of trees. Trees as tall as the eye can see. Is that a thing? I don't know. It is now. I don't like that. I feel like if there's a downward slope, I'm gonna take some of that blue. Didn't you paint more than one thumbnail last stream? Kind of, but not really. I technically here I can show you what I painted. Maybe. File, save as. Let's save it as a new file. A. That way I can open the old file. Because I haven't saved yet, I don't think. So this is what we did last stream, and no, not really. This was the 5-minute thumbnail. I think you might have redeemed it. But I continued working, or someone redeemed it. And then I continued working on it till the end of stream. Because the first half of the stream I was doing the holiday card. And then I basically only did this. Oh, it wasn't you? Okay. Yeah, so somebody redeemed this one as a 5-minute thumbnail sketch, and then I just kept working on it. So this is all I did last stream. Other than finishing my Christmas card, which I have since ordered, and it's now done. So it's just a matter of getting it in the mail, and then, yeah. But, yeah, so no, because this one was just, it led to that one, I just deleted it. So I deleted that. This isn't a real thumbnail, that was an explanation. Same here, this was an explanation, which just leaves this one. So, might have been you. Yeah, it might have been. Hi, Azel. How's it going? So, yeah. Nope. No, didn't really do any more than just that. What happened to this, though? Didn't I... Wait. Oh, there it goes. I was like, where did the thumbnail that I was working on today go? That is where. But yeah, my plan for today is honestly just chilling, having a good time, keeping it simple. I don't know. I'm kind of on holiday in a way. I was actually debating or toying with the idea of doing a stream on either Tuesday or Wednesday, because I don't work Tuesday night, which I normally do, and then Thursday I don't know if I'm going to be able to stream. I probably won't stream because it's Thanksgiving, and so I'll probably be with my family eating food. So yeah, probably no stream on Thursday, but I might be. I don't know. I don't know if I actually want to do a stream Wednesday. Maybe I won't. I don't know. I gotta think about it. I don't want to commit to anything right now because I'm kind of thinking I probably won't want to. But I also would have been thinking about at some point maybe trying to do like a game stream on like a non-stream day, which could be a time. I don't know. Maybe these trees aren't massive. Maybe we're cozy. Down here in the what do you call it? In the thick of it? No, that's not the right word. In the brambles. You know, down low under the canopies. And they're pretty big trees, but they're not massive. Oh, interesting. Don't know about fun. Or interesting, don't know about fun. What's fun? Hold on. Fun? On my stream? No. Wait, what are we talking about? I'm so lost. What did I say was fun? And then maybe something's not fun? I'm confused. What were we talking about? This is what happens when I am on a topic, and then I forget to read chat for a moment, and then I go back and I forgot what the topic was. I said turning the apple into a landscape would be fun. Oh, I missed that. Okay, turning the apple into a landscape would be fun. It could be fun. Yeah, it could be fun. Maybe it didn't. No, it sent. I just didn't see it. No, this is Avatar music. I kind of like these scratchy lines. I know this is not advisable typically by people who, you know, like when learning to draw, sort of, using, like, chicken scratch. But I think in this early stage, I think it's totally fine. Because this is a sketch. This doesn't have to be, like, a final thing. And it also gives, like, the scratchiness can be its own gesture, right? Like, it can create, like, a frantic, messy feeling. I don't know. I kind of like it. And also, there is a lot of exploration here, because I don't know what I'm drawing. I think if you know what you're drawing, frantic chicken scratch lines are not ideal. Naughty tree. Yeah, right? It can show, like, a naughty tree by adding these, like, scribbles and sort of all this stuff, right? It's very... Exactly. And I think that's nice. I don't know. It kind of has, like, a vibe to it, you know? Although, I will say, I want to actually do something more here. I don't quite know what I'm doing, but... Like, maybe there's a branch sticking up here. You know? And of course we need some shadows under here. I'm trying to also use some of these to show, like... to show some shadow. So, like, maybe there's a shadow here, you know, on this land, and then there's light coming up from above back here. You know? Stuff like that. Could you draw some kind of library? Yeah, yeah, we could do that. Let's do it. Let's do some kind of library for next thumbnail. What kind of library are we thinking? Like, just massive, big interior? I mean, that's like the easiest, right? I think if the cozy... Also, like, if it's fantasy and I can use a lot of, like, you know, spindly woodwork and fancy ornate things with swirls, those to me are much easier than, like, the clean, sterile environment or something. I mean, but typically libraries aren't sterile, but like, the kind of, like, minimalist design or sort of modern day design, those are very hard to do. But if it's like some grand library, I think they're actually not too bad. There is a lot of stuff we can maybe think about. I want to think about elevation a lot today. because elevation is something that it's sort of, you know, I think if I had to like not make a course, I'm just gonna say that though. If I had to like make a painting course and like things that I think that I like that aren't not objectively true, not fundamental to painting, but just like preferences, ideas around painting that make environments interesting to me. Um, I would say things like elevation, right? If you paint everything on a flat, one dimension or two-dimensional plane, I find that less interesting than if you add hills or add valleys, right? Like ups and downs, add both, right? Maybe there's a hill and then a valley, right? And it's like that to me is just way more interesting. And so maybe we can do that for interiors too, because I think it's really common in interiors to just build, here's a level floor, right? But what if we had like half steps, or half floors or whatever you call them, or a couple steps. And then, or you have like, of course, different floors that the library books are on. I don't know. So I definitely think I want to go vertical a little bit. Mr. Big Cookie says, what about a library centered on the study of the local kingdom's fantasy flora? Oh, like the what do you mean by which local kingdom? The one that I'm painting now? Is this a local kingdom? Like based on plants and try to tie it together? Is that what you're saying? You mean like a library that's focused on flora. So like specifically floral section. No, you could have like the plant section in a library. Especially in like if you were in like a university or something that specifically studied, or like the local library or like the private library of like a botanist. Like, they could still have a library. Or a horticulturist. But maybe it would have some plants in there, too. I don't know, there's options, right? That's the thing, is we gotta think about that stuff. I kind of like... There's something here with these brush strokes that I kind of like. These sort of swirly shapes. I'm trying to also just... Maybe we'll add more blue to it. I kind of want to go down further here. Maybe that's what I'm trying... I'm trying to figure out how to do this. How to do this to make it feel like we're going downhill. Maybe we need to go back up more up here. Or it could get darker up here. And then maybe lighter. Maybe that's what we need. We need some perspective lines going upward. That's what we need. I mean, we don't need it, but it certainly would help, I think. Maybe some gestural lines going down here. I do like this blue that's kind of popping through here, or this blue-green. I sort of really like it. And then maybe up here we need some more shapes in the background. Maybe some more of that blue-green. And then maybe... Okay, so now I'm thinking, here's a leaf, or not a leaf, a branch. And what if there was like a path that we're kind of walking along and we have to go underneath this thing? So... I don't know if this is gonna look good, but let's try it. If I just make a line, no, but we'll go with that. That's a good, just some leafy thing. A jungle. What am I talking about? A jungle or a green and forest. That's the word, foresty thing. Forest place. Okay, let's add some red in here. I don't know if that's a good idea. You know, it's a little bit complementary color-ish, which is never a bad thing, I guess. But more than anything, I think if we have a bluish background, making the foreground a little warmer. Also, I don't do that a lot. Typically, I go very, very cool in the foreground for some reason, and I want to intentionally veer away from that. I don't know if I like that. All right, let's try to do a library. Library painting. So library painting also could have very cool, or not cool, warm colors. Maybe dusty, old dusty, musty library. But if we went something sort of, I mean, I don't think I want to go plant vibes. So let's start very simple, right? Very, very simple would be low horizon, right? Looking up. That way we can see the grandiosity of the library. So here's my perspective lines. I know a lot of people probably get confused when I say these are my perspective lines. Basically, I'm just making like 3 or 4 lines that kind of have scale. So in the foreground, you could imagine this being the floor, and then this is the same floor but further back. So it kind of creates that sense of like perspective. But I'm not specifically drawing a perspective grid or, you know, lines that vanish. Basically, I'm just adding like a foreground, midground thing. It just, I don't know, it just helps my brain see stuff. And then I can, Commander, Commissar Skull, how's it going? I keep upgrading your status. We're definitely... Hey, how's it going? Okay, I'm definitely gonna need to add a bunch of lines in here. Because this is gonna be like, you know, bookshelves and stuff. But like, what do we want this to look like? Maybe these are the bookshelves here. You know. Commander General Skull, yeah. Maybe we have some bookshelves here. Or maybe not. Maybe there's, like, arches. How do we want to do this? I'm just gonna scribble for a bit and just to see what pops out of it. Hydrate, thank you. I do have my tea. Still piping hot. Supreme Commander. Calling anybody as a title Supreme just feels silly. I don't know why. Like, if I'm just trying to imagine, could you imagine yourself being in any position in which somebody else calls you Supreme Commander and like you actually like, yes, this is a serious title? I think it has the same vibe as like when people, you know, do like master classes, like sign up for my master class because I am a master at a thing and I can teach you a master class. Like it just, it doesn't, it's hard to take it, like, at what point do you call yourself that, right? Like, I just don't know. I mean, maybe there's a point, maybe with Master, I mean, I know in some things there are literal titles, like, if, you know, Chess Grandmaster, sure, whatever. You reach that title, you can call yourself a master, right? You reach the title of Doctor, you can call yourself a doctor. But I feel like, but a lot of titles feel very, like, self-described. Like, what is a master painter? Who's to say, you know, who's giving you this title, you know? And how it always is weird. So anyway, it has the same vibe as Supreme Commander. It's like, all right, I get that you're a commander, but what makes you supreme, you know? Like, what is this? Like, how do we get here? Someone with that. That's what I think, right? It feels like you have to have a crazy high ego. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe someday I will gladly state that I am gonna teach a master class, and I'll be like the supreme master class. No, I don't know. Or if a lot of colleagues consider it. Yeah, but I still think at some point when you're putting out to the world, it comes off gimmicky. I think to me it just feels like a branding choice, right? Like you brand yourself it sounds cheesy, but eventually you just say it and it's just a name of the class. You're not really calling yourself a master. I don't know. Maybe that's the idea. I mean, because there are definitely painters that I know of who, if they were like, "Hey, sign up for my master class," I'd be like, "Okay." not. I mean, obviously, if I could afford it, but like, there are some where it's like, yeah, I think you could teach. I might consider you a master at least at certain topics, right? Now, I would feel a little weird if I saw someone teaching a master class for character art and they've never painted character art, or at least if I've never seen it. It'd be like, well, what do you, how can you call yourself that? Like, yeah, you're a landscape artist that I follow. Anyway, we're getting off topic here. I'm painting a library, or I'm trying to, and I'm not sure how I want to approach it. I'm kind of just trying to think about the lay of the land. Maybe we have an upper level, focal point here, kind of. So maybe there's an archway. I know Andreas Roca has a few library-esque things where he has like these big hallways going down, and then the rest of the painting is focused on and then the rest of it is like a room. So maybe that's what we do. We do like a room over here. He's really good at like booky places. You thought it was the woods? It could be. But at this stage it could be anything, right? But no, I'm just trying to I start a lot of this stuff the same way, where we start with sort of the lay of the land. We sort of get a sense of like where is up, where is down, are there hills, are there different levels. Obviously inside you wouldn't have hills as such, but you could have a spiral, a spiral staircase going up. Wait, how do I draw spiral staircases? This goes up here, and then it goes there. Okay. I had to think about how to do that. Maybe there's a staircase here, and then it goes up over here, and then up here there's shelving with books, and so we block in something, I don't know, we could do something like that. Starting to get some sense of depth. Also, we can start blocking in some values. I'm just trying to basically create like a wire frame in a way, just like some basic walls, and maybe we want some blue and brown is always a nice vibe. Maybe there's some natural light coming in from somewhere. One of the things that I like in interiors, which I'm not great at interiors, but I like having the impression that there's more to a room than just the room. So like if you had like natural window light coming in from off the screen, and this is just like a hallway, and you're like, oh, okay, we're just in one room, right? But there's like a whole other room, like you can't see the room, but that there's a big space just off the screen, by having overlapping shapes, maybe this way, or like a character walking into the other room, and then there's light coming in, and you're like, okay, well it's very clear there's something off screen there. And I've always really liked that. Also, what's happening here? Why is this? I'm creating a tangent in real time, and I don't know how to avoid it. There, something like that. Is this another one? Maybe we go this way. So maybe there's a door here. Maybe there's a... Maybe this doesn't go there. Maybe this blocks up. And then we put the door here. Or another door here. I don't know. And then, yeah, so this area here is like the light from the... from the other room. Maybe something like that. But yeah, Commissar, how are you today? How's things? How are things? How's stream been going? By the way, if you guys don't know, Commissar Skull streams. And he streams very well. He does good art. Good art. Fun vibes. Fun vibes? Yeah, I think it's fun vibes. Good vibes all around. But yeah, here's like the base frame for a library. You know, you could have some sort of scaffolding. Like, funny enough, right, the one thing I haven't put in my library yet is books. You know, because I don't think it's that important. You know, maybe we do decide where the books are eventually. But I think it's more important that we decide what is this place all about, you know? How's the... Maybe there's a table here. Maybe there's 2 tables. Something like that, maybe? Those don't really look like tables, though. Because we can't see any of the legs. That's a problem. Yeah, perspective's not good there. What if we had another row over here? I don't like that. I think that's a bad idea of what I just did. All good. Playing a little before I start practicing. Oh, nice. What are you working on? Or what are you playing? Are you playing a game, or just you mean playing as in playing around? Like, I don't actually know. What games do you play, if you play any games? I feel like most people play games these days. I'm sure there are people who don't play any games. Enshrouded. Oh, I don't know that game. I don't know that. I mean, I don't even know why I asked, because I very rarely know the games people are playing. But what genre, I guess, is probably a better question, because then I might actually know. Maybe there's a pile of books on top. I like my piles of books. I know typically in libraries you don't just have piles and piles of books. Maybe there's some what else could we have? Maybe there's like a cabinet or something in here. Survival, exploring, and building games. Nice. You're studying Vladimir Mozart's composition in text. I don't know who that is. I'm so bad with historical. Vladimir, what was his name? I gotta look again. Let me just copy paste, because I can't. Why can I not copy paste this? Oh, there we go. Not historical? Well, that's okay. Art. Is he contemporary? He's a current living legend. Let's see. Oh, okay, very nice. Like, yeah, very naturalistic, plein air painterly. You know, a lot of overcast scenery. That very naturalistic vibes of color palettes. A lot of blue grays and green grays. I like those. But yeah, very nice. A lot of classical compositions in here. I like it. Feels like he could be straight up like an old-timey person. Like, here. This is what I'm seeing. What is this? Hot Man Draw. Okay. But I assume this is all his work. But yeah, a lot of I don't know. This feels like very, very classic compositions. Maybe this isn't what he's known for. Maybe he does more of this stuff. That's more concept art, it feels like. But like even this, right? You still have like a, you know, character kind of central, and then you have other little things leading in, lines leading in, right? You have the eye line. They're silhouetted by a bright spot in the... Can you guys see this? Oh, you can't see that. Whoops. Sorry. You guys can't even see what's on my screen. But like stuff like this is a very classic, you know, rule of thirds almost, or I guess on a third, maybe not exactly. But you know, you have like a big main focal point, silhouetted in highest contrast, you know, very strategically placed cloud here, you know. And then you have little things basically radiating out, whether it's these lines, the horizon line obviously cuts straight through. Everything, you know, this line here, everything points to this character. Even the birds create little, like, you know, 1-2 punches kind of pointing right at the... Everything points, right? It's very, very standard, very classic compositions. I don't know if these are all from him. I think they are. You know, again, this one's pretty cool. It's just a nice, good old road leading in. The path goes behind the tree and pops back out on this side. You know, framing devices. But they're not like both in the foreground, right? You have like midground and smaller midground, and like, you know, even the candles are just kind of peppered throughout. They're not really creating lines, but they're sort of randomly placed to sort of just add. They almost help create a path, right? Because they're framing the scene also. But again, the contrast of the moon shining in creates these little highlights in the muddy river, which is like this line. So it's still, everything's very, like, very, I don't want to say, like, when I say standard, I don't mean it in a bad way, but it's like, you know, not reinventing the wheel. And I like it. I don't know what this one's from, but it looks like a small screen, a crop of a smaller image. But yeah, just very, very, it has a good vibe to it. Anyway. Good vibes. Theoretic. Yeah, I mean, it not reinventing the wheel. It's like a lot of old-timey masters and, you know, very naturalistic colors. You know, a lot of grays, a lot of overcast stuff. Yeah. I think it's good. As far as compositions go, though, yeah, definitely. But I think that's what, like, yeah, I mean, you don't need to reinvent the wheel, right? It's just good stuff. Just good art practice. Unsaturated, yeah. See, I like saturated stuff. I'm a big fan of saturation. Obviously, too much can be a bit much. Go figure. Too much saturation is too much. But, you know, I do like my saturated paintings like this, you know. It's very different. It has a different mood to it. To me, this is more like, you know, the, like, animated movie background kind of, where, like, you get those really extreme lighting scenarios, really saturated colors, you know, you get your Puss in Boots and your Aladdins, right? The saturated environments that are, like, obviously this looks nothing like Aladdin, but, like, those scenes have some very, like, you know, when it's night, it feels very nighttime. It's not just, like, a grayish dark. Yeah, I mean, it's, I think, I mean, even in art that is less saturated, like, these are pretty I mean, I don't know if I would call this less saturated, but even in something like this, sometimes, you know, adding little, you know, points of saturation for, like, a focal point isn't a bad thing, right? Like, maybe there's little, you know, candles in here that, you know, like in that one image of Vladimir, I don't know his name. But, you know, maybe we just sprinkle them throughout the scene, and they kind of, you know, frame our focal point wherever it is. You know, just this road, this path leading in, right? We have our bright lines in here, kind of guiding us back. Some more lines here, kind of guiding us in. Maybe we'll go like this. So our brightest lines are gonna kind of guide us back, and yeah, we use the saturation just to kind of. This isn't as a focal point, but this is just sort of to guide us, you know. We could do something like that. But yeah, a lot of times you just like a campfire. I think Cynthia Shepard does a really good job of this. Cynthia Shepard, she does like big illustrative stuff, but uses a lot of. I think she has a master class. Speaking of master class, but she does a lot of like her stuff could almost be. You know, I think she does a lot of oil painting, but also a lot of digital painting. Here, let me put that on screen. I really like her work. Also, this is... Oh, hey, she has more stuff down here. Hold on. But yeah, stuff like this where, like, it's not that saturated. There's a lot of grays in here with little highlights. This is her process, I guess. But, let's see. Where... There's a lot of paintings like this. It's a lot of gray, right? Like even in this painting, right? Little highlights of bright purple, right? So there's little hints of purple, but mostly it's all gray. Like a lot of gray. And I've always liked this stuff. You know, even in scenes like this are pretty much all gray. Like this, there's not much color. Maybe there's a little bit. You know, this obviously has a lot of, you know, little punch of red in the character, orange behind it, but again, a lot of gray. But yeah, I really like Cynthia Shepard. I think her art is amazing. This one is almost entirely gray, but it has a little bit of orange down there, kind of creating a contrast. I don't like this that I can't fit this all on my screen. Anyway. Hey, yeah, I hope it's going well. It is going well. Focal points, yeah. Multiple focal points. But typically there's one that's more focal than the other. Skittle, how are you? But yeah, maybe we gray our painting down. Our library can get very gray. Gray and musty. Old. Full of book dust. Maybe there's a big window over here that has this bluish light coming in. Oh, I feel like we need a little bit more blue than that. Okay. And then maybe over here, right, we can get it's still a little bit gray, but it's darker, obviously. Maybe then we can bring in some of that warm orange light. Again, maybe not too bright. Maybe we do really bright. Again, maybe just little candles. little nooks and crannies in the library where people study. I don't know if you put candles in the library. That seems like a bad idea. But you know what? Maybe they're covered in glass. Every time I think of libraries and candles, I think of... There's a book called The Name of the Wind, where this character is, like, trying to get into library access because he wants to learn stuff and do research, and a lot of the information is super restricted, and you have to go get it at this very particular library, at this very particular school. But one of the main rules is that absolutely no flames. Like, flames are not allowed. The only light in this entire library comes from, like, this magic source, these magic lamps, that are, like, not actual flame, because you don't burn the, fire hazard is, like, a big deal, because these things are, like, these old archives and stuff. So I always think back to that. I'm like, yeah, you wouldn't want an open flame in a library. That seems like a bad idea. And so now whenever I think about library art and people have like fires and candlelight, it's like, no, probably don't do that for good reason. So beautiful painting. Oh, thank you, Luna. How are you? Exothermic magic flame, pretty much. I don't think that's what they called it, but I think they called them sympathy lamp. Sympathy being magic, not like sympathetic, but yeah. Okay. So yeah, here's a thing. Yeah, I like this. Yeah, I like that. This is good. And then, of course, we can have our books here. Maybe some more books, off this side. I kind of like this, where, like, there's maybe a wall here also full of books. Like little cubbies or something. And then what's on this side? Is this side also... Is this side also books? Maybe something like that. Just a layer. Maybe there's 2 layers up here. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on this side, but maybe we do something like that. You're good, thanks. How am I? I'm doing pretty well. Last stream, I finished up a Christmas card, which I'm pretty happy with, and so I ordered that. And now I'm just kind of having a chill day. And somebody just asked me to paint a library, and so this is me doing a library painting. Hello, how's your day? Also, the environment is insane. Wow. Oh, thank you, Winged Cupid. Yeah, I'm painting an environment. Painting a library. It's very, very... Also, trying to use a lot of grays, I think. Commissar Skull inspired me to use grays. Also, maybe there's, like, a light up here coming down from, like, a ceiling. Like a skylight. Maybe it'll also add to the grandiosity of this. Actually, what if there was... Hold on. What if there was, like, a domed roof? I know we can't quite see it here. But, like, what if as you look up, you sort of get the impression that these walls curve. Just a little bit. Partly because 3-point perspective, but also partly because of, like, maybe there's a... Like, maybe there's stained glass window. I mean, I don't want to add anything too bright up here. Yeah, so I added this gray, this blue gray, and I tried to have that come in. And then I tried to add, like, another light source, which is these candles. I'm trying to think how I want to do it up here. Do I also want, like, a blue-gray? I don't think I want natural light. Natural light gets tricky in libraries, I think. Maybe not. We could add some light coming in, sort of, I wanted to make it look a little bit dusty, or musty. I don't know what the difference is, to be honest. Maybe a chandelier. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think we can have some natural light. I think some natural light would be okay. Yeah, maybe chandeliers. So I feel like we should probably have another area over here. Maybe? I don't know. I feel like we would have that going over there. And obviously we can figure out the land for, you know, the perspective here in a little bit. But something like that. Anyway, that's not a bad thumbnail. I think that's a pretty solid space. This is maybe there's some people in here for scale. Tall and lanky. I know that's kind of stereotyping like bookish people, but that's I think it would just look nice in this composition to have some people in here. Hold on. Let's get rid of that. Painting with maybe they have deep purple robes. That's not very deep. There we go. Nope, that's hard to see. Thank you for the follow. Make them look like wizards. Woohoo! Yeah. But now I've ran into the issue that I didn't put them in the spot in my painting where you can see them. Hold on. Nor did I make it on a new layer. Now the books are 1.5 meters high. True, they are pretty tall, aren't they? Okay, hold on, you're right. I've got the hint. I've got the hint. There. Oh. Wizards with hat. There, little character here. Wizard, yeah, wizards. We got some. Maybe there's some people studying at a table. Maybe there's a person over here looking for a book. Maybe there's some people up here on the railing looking down, throwing their papers, saying, Eureka! Like in that movie, Interstellar. I know that's not where Eureka comes from, but, you know, no, I don't think they're throwing paper. Hold on. And yeah, obviously Eureka doesn't come from Interstellar, but that's the only movie I think I've seen where I've know the throwing the papers of like wanting to do that when you make a discovery. I don't know if that's where the original story was, or how that came about originally, but hold on. What if the books are actually huge and they're carried by 2 people? Oh, that's not a bad idea. That would be a fun, maybe for a different painting? I don't know. That would actually be a really cool concept, though. There we go. Maybe that we need more people. Infinite Wumbo, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you very much for the sub. How are you? Maybe these people on the stairs, because, you know, they have to climb the stairs. There, that's a lot of people in a library. It's not very cozy, but that's okay. Lots of blobby people. And of course, you know, I haven't added any, like, fill light to them, so that they're all very, they're all very just dark. Lots of black colors. They're all in purple, because purple's cool. Okay, there we go. That's a good... Okay, that's a thumbnail. Let's do another thumbnail. Of what? What should I paint? I need ideas. Also, thanks for being here, everybody. Anybody who's popping in. Did I say thank you, Alligator, for the follow? I don't know if I did. Also, Hype Train. How do we start a Hype Train? Didn't only one person sub? How does that work? Thank you for the Hype Train. I don't know how that works. But yeah, thank you. Okay, I need an idea of what to paint. Maybe we could do like another library, maybe. The idea with the big book. That sounds fun. Do like a cozy library scene. Do a McDonald's parking lot. Amazing. We could do a parking lot. Not a McDonald's parking lot. I want to do fantasy environments, but maybe a parking lot for like some sort, like where do people eat in a fantasy world? I mean, surely they have parking lots for their steeds, their horses, right? But or maybe, I mean, that would be a stable. But maybe what about like a fantasy vehicle, like magic powered something or others? I don't know. There's definitely some in a medieval fantasy environment. Cart parking lot. Well, maybe not the parking lot itself, but like the, you know, like a food stall or a like a place where people gather and also park. There's probably some options there, I think. Thank you so much for the gift sub to Drufzilla. Rinpop, thank you very much. That's extremely generous of you. McDonald's sponsored medieval pub. Okay, well let's just see where it takes us. Let's see where this takes us. Okay, we'll do a parking lot of some sort, but maybe. I mean, if we have a parking lot, we need to see where we're parking, right? So let's just start with outdoors. I don't know. I'm just gonna start really bland with like a grayish blue sky. You know, we can't have too much vibrancy in this painting because, you know, I don't want to go like this because already we're talking about a parking lot. So this isn't going to be the most cheery, uplifting scene probably. But maybe we'll make it. Maybe they're having a what do you call it? A tailgate party in the parking lot. You know, at like sporting events, people, at least in America, a lot of people will go to sporting events. They'll have their trucks. They'll put the trucks down and then they'll like, I don't know, basically have like a barbecue-ish out of the back of their truck, and it's like it's like a whole, you know, they drink beers, they maybe eat food, and it's just like a chill parking lot party. It's a little redneck, but it's that's like a thing, kind of, sort of. America, yeah, America. That's how we do it over here. But it's like, you know, so it could be festive as well. Parking lots don't have to suck. I mean, I think that sounds awful, but, you know, to each their own. But yeah, maybe there's like horses and carts and wagons. I don't know. But maybe they're like, maybe it's more sci-fi. Like maybe there's dinosaurs parked there, and you got the dinosaurs parked in the parking lot. You know? That they just park their dinos. That's because they ride dinos. They're dino riders. Like, you know, James Gurney style. Dinotopia style. I don't know. I don't think we're gonna paint dinos. Somebody said sci-fi. Well, I mean, when you're thinking of like a parking lot that isn't just like our parking lot, like what do you? It's either like horses or what else do you have? Like horses or cars? Like, I mean, either that or you invent your own thing, and now we're in sci-fi, right? I guess you could do fantasy. There's hold on. If you guys are familiar with Magic the Gathering, one of my favorite sets is Kaladesh. And Kaladesh is basically think of it as like an inventor's fair, kind of. And so it's fantasy, but it's also kind of sci-fi because there's a lot of like magical gadgets. So it's a lot of like gadget stuff. Here, let me open up this. A lot of stuff like this, where you have like these flying machines imbued with magic. You know, these like big, like magical city type things. I don't know if this is official art. I think this one might be. But anyway, there's a lot of like, it's like an inventor's fair town. Which I've always liked the vibe of that. Also, hello, Monster Cord. So we could do something like that where they're, you know, sort of almost like what do you call it? Almost like Star Wars, right? Where you have all these machines. They're like, you know, whether it's pod racers or all the other stuff that they might fly with. We could do something like that. I don't know. Also, I don't know how to draw a parking lot. It just occurred to me. I have no idea. What do you do? I mean, do you have lines? Maybe we keep the lines. I don't know. This is silly, but it's fun. You never know where the ideas will take you. And then maybe over here we have some fantasy building. Like what's the shop? What are the place that they're parking at? I'm just making shapes. Hold on. Let me add some shapes and perspective over here. I don't really care what they are right now. We can figure that out. I don't know. This is not probably the best way of working, but it's a way. But yeah, what's everybody working on? What's the... Yeah, what are you guys up to? Anyone doing any art right now? Okay, I don't like this. I don't know what I'm painting. And it's whatever I'm painting isn't looking good. Maybe we will just paint a car. What does the McDonald's sign look like? Is it just an M like that? Or is it like this? I actually don't know. I don't think we're not doing McDonald's. I know that was a joke comment, by the way, but I'd still like to run with it because it's fun. Figure drawing? Got a new charcoal. Yippee. Nice. Monster Course has attempted drawing recently. Ooh. Okay, I have an idea. Doodling along, trying to finish some loose ends. Nice. Speaking of parking lot, whenever... This reminds me of whenever anybody asks people what they should build. So there's like, it's almost a meme at this. I think it's a meme. In the Minecraft subreddit. Whenever anybody finds something, it's like, I want to build I found this cool place to build. What should I build here? The go-to answer is always like like a Walmart parking lot, or like a highway, you know, like like remove the mountain and add a gigantic parking lot, right? That's always the suggestion, is just like make a giant parking lot. Or make a giant freeway. Just some sort of like destroy this beautiful environment that you've stumbled across in your Minecraft world and just level it. And then you build some drab place. Like that's always the suggestion. I think it's great. And so it reminds me of that. Okay, but yeah, how might we do a fantasy in parking lot? I mean, I'm impressed you even listened to me. I'm drawing a parking lot. Hey, I mean, it doesn't have to be just the parking lot, but like maybe there's, I don't know. Sure, this is a fun challenge. It challenges our brain. I don't know. I don't know if we'll get anywhere with it, but we'll see. It might just end up as a big pile of nothing on our canvas, but so be it. Turn the elf home from Lord of the Rings into a parking lot? Exactly. That's pretty much the vibe of it. It's like people will have these, you know, epic mountains, snow-capped mountains with a valley below, with like little lakes and ponds, and it'll be like this super amazing location, and someone's like, hey, look at this amazing spot I found. What should I build here? And someone's like, level it all and build a parking lot. Or they don't even say, they just say build a parking lot, you know, or build a Walmart in a parking lot. Like it always comes back to like major, yeah, anyway, I like it. It's fun. I feel like at any point in time, there's always some thread going on that's basically takes that format. But yeah, I don't want to build, maybe we would do like a, I don't know, some building. I'm trying to think of the building. The parking lot's uninteresting, right? Like, maybe some light posts, you know? Some lamps. Maybe we put some warm in there, because we want our warm and cool. We'll have, like, one carriage here. Maybe he's one single person parking, and they've taken up, like, 4 parking stalls. That would be very fitting. Like, there's not a lot here, but you better believe it, they're going to take up all of the parking stalls. I don't know what I'm drawing. I'm drawing, like, some roadster or something. I'm just drawing some sort of large thing. I don't like what I'm drawing, but that's okay. We'll go with it. Maybe just like that painting that we just saw from Vladimir, whatever his name is, that Commissar Skull linked. Maybe we make it, you know, like muddy. Maybe there's, you know, maybe that the moonlight or whatever is shining down and reflecting off of the wet. You know, we get the road, the tires here. Oh. The tire paths. Something like that. We're copying that painting that we just saw. Not really. I don't have it up anymore. I'd have to go and find it, but I think I have, let's see, is it my Control V? No, it's not. Never mind. I'd have to go and find it again. I'd have to ask Commissar Skull what that person's name is. I guess I could scroll back up in chat. But there's a kind of a parking lot. It doesn't feel very McDonald's, or fantasy, but maybe, I mean, I guess it's a little fantasy. Maybe there's like, you know, there's a kingdom. Oh yeah, that one. Thank you. What's his name? Thanks. Yeah, we just saw a painting from him where there was like a drab sort of pathway. This one. Right, this that. Right? That's obviously not a parking lot, but this very similar colors. But yeah, there's not much out. Otherwise, there's not much I can glean from that. But anyway, maybe something like this. Maybe we do like a hedge or something. Like it's the pathway into a place, a manor. This is the parking though, and then we draw some like giant castle thing of like maybe off in the distance. There's like some fantasy castle. I don't know. Maybe something like that. Off in the distance. Probably something like that, maybe? And then this could be some shapes down here. I don't know. Something like that, maybe. It's industrial. Maybe there's some domes. I don't know. I'm not really sure where I'm going with this, to be honest. Maybe some lights in the background. Lots of options. Okay. I think we're done with this for now. I don't really know. If I think about anything what I want to do with this, then an era I'd really like not to live in. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Not very pleasant looking. Anyway, it's just moody right now, but that's really it. Maybe we can add some other, we can focus on the forms or the shapes of the objects, like, mega industrial looking thing. Smokestacks in the background. Did we just... Are we listening to a dubstep song? It's like fantasy dubstep. I don't know if I like it. Okay, we're... Sorry, song. Not... That one does not spark joy. Too much wub wub for me. I mean, I don't hate it, but it was breaking my concentration. When a song pulls your attention out of whatever you're doing, that's when I know it's not for arting. I shouldn't even register the music. That's the type of music I like when I don't actually think about it. Anyway, this is a blobby painting, but it works. It's very drab. Now let's do something less drab with bright colors. Maybe we get some bright yellows, bright greens, more greens, darker greens that are slightly less bright. I do want to paint with a lot of grays, though. Gray is still going to be the way about this. A lot of gray painting, or green paintings. But I don't want to do trees, right? Because whenever I paint green, I'm like, oh, let's just paint trees. Maybe there are no trees in here. Maybe it's a garden. And maybe it's kind of like this scene, except it's like there's a castle in the distance, but it's more adventure-y, and it's not as drab. This is like a hedge maze. not actually a hedge maze, but it kind of has that look. Maybe we get some like bright colors in here. What's the next thing I should paint? I'm open to suggestions. No more parking lots though, because that's too hard. And also not, I don't know, it's... I mean, actually, I don't mind it. I think it would be a fun painting to do. Like fantasy, just industrial lot type thing. Could be fun. You're making dinner, but I'll get back to drawing bookmarks for your Grand's book club after. Oh, that's so cool! Sorry, I didn't read that until just now. That was like 10 minutes ago that you said that. But bookmarks for your Grand's book club. That's so fun. I very rarely read physical books. I typically just listen to audiobooks. And so I don't really ever have a need for a lot of bookmarks. And like, but I mean, I do have one book that started, and actually I just have a slip of paper in it, so it's not even a real bookmark. Like a postcard. Maybe some gesture going up. Maybe not, though. I'm trying to think, how do I... What do we want to paint? See, I like playing around with this. I think for some, this could probably be a really boring thing to watch, because I don't always know what I'm painting. I'm just kind of making marks. But I also really just like doing this. It may not be the best spectacle, because I don't, you know... having a plan is always nice. But it is a really fun way to paint, where you're just like playing around with shapes and mood and sort of the vibe of it all. You're kind of reacting to what's on the page, you know, maybe like, oh, I need more blue sky, or maybe the sky's too blue and it should be grayer. Also, let's do a color dodge. We haven't done any glow dodge today. A nice orange light coming in. Making the whole thing bright. That's too bright, but that's okay. Maybe something like that. And I'm mostly doing this to get colors that I wouldn't have otherwise. This looks like a one of those like classic 1980s power plants. Nuclear power plant type things like you'd see in like The Simpsons. This classic shape where everything just looks, you know, it has that one shape and everything, you know, it's very iconic. Massive, what do you call it? Concrete. Just a big giant tube. I don't think that's how all of them look anymore. Cooling tower. Is that what it is? The cooling tower? Yeah, that. That's the image that comes to mind, though, and I feel like that's the image that everybody has in their mind when they think of, like, nuclear energy nowadays. But it's, like, weird, yeah. But yeah, cooling tower. Maybe they do all still look like that. But anyway. Yeah, we got some green. This isn't any... Funny enough, this painting's not any more happy than the others, right? We still get a lot of this, like, industrial look. Oh, I have an idea. What if there's, like, terraced... Hello! Cursed Ducky, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well today. Okay. Giant Okay, that's pretty standard. But I like this, actually. Hold on. Maybe there's some nice fields over here. The hills. I like this. Pretty bored. Husband is having dental surgery right now, and I'm waiting for him. No. Well, I hope that the surgery goes well. Sorry to hear you're bored. Hopefully I can entertain. Although, I mean, we painted a parking lot, a library. Maybe next we'll do a dental office, a waiting room. That's what we'll paint. No, I'm not going to do a waiting room. Just paint a bunch of, like, I guess, maybe not, like, maybe we just paint a bunch of, like, liminal spaces one stream. We get our parking lots, our waiting rooms, our hallways, you know, our empty hallways. What else could we paint? Just, like, really boring spaces. Just painting the most boring spaces, but maybe make them fantasy. What would, like, the most boring, like, I'm just trying to think, like, imagine you're in, you know, Middle Earth, and, like, what would the spaces between the spaces look like, you know? The random hallway that you never think about. You know, it's not the iconic, you know, chandelier in the dining hall with all the big windows, right? This is, like, the boring space. A bridge into the void. Yeah, it's just, like... Or, like, the walkway leading up to the bridge, right? Like, not the bridge itself, because the bridge would be cool, right? That would look neat. Love watching concept artists. It's fun to just come up with silly ideas and be like, all right, how do we make this a thing? I'm not designing for anything in particular right now. I'm just sort of having fun with it. No, I mean for now. Gotcha. A bridge into the void. I don't know what that means. But, like, what is the void? What does that mean? Like, when you think of void, what do you think of? Like, because I could do, like, a portal, right? Like, a bridge into a portal. Actually, we could do it this one, right? Just a big black empty space being swallowing all of the stuff around it. Although it wouldn't quite look like that, but I don't think that's what... We could do like a dark portal where some sort of pathway leads into it. I think here we can have a little bridge leading up. A little land bridge. I see the void as a universe where reality is distorted, things are floating or have weird unnatural shapes and colors. Okay. See, I was thinking just like darkness. Like just pure, like going into a black hole. Like Interstellar kind of, where it's like, I mean, I guess that is kind of the void, but also it, like, where you sort of are just, it's just mostly dark, maybe a little weird, but like from the outside it would just look dark. I don't know. Some lighting up here on these little things to give some of this stuff some form. But also little contours up here to show that these things are maybe bigger and there's more land formation to this than just like a single... I'm trying to be very, very scribbly here because these scribbles are going to help my brain understand like distance a little bit. Because every time I add like 2 lines, you're going to interpret it as like, you know, foreground, midground kind of thing, right? So I'm basically adding layers of depth every time I make these lines. You know, same here. If I add a bunch of lines like this, you're then suddenly start thinking of these as like hills, and each layer back it gets more and more in depth. Okay, let's do something like that. I kind of think of the Void from Warframe, not the Orokin towers. I don't know Warframe towers you fight, but in Environment those towers are in. Yeah, I don't know anything about Warframe. I don't even know what it is. I assume it's a game. I don't know what kind of game. I've never seen a screenshot from it, I don't think. Okay, let me do something real quick. Let's darken this. Let's add a layer of dark, maybe a little bit more desaturated. And then we can just bring in that light. Very strategically. It's suddenly night. Yeah, no, I'm trying to make it more like the lights coming in from behind the clouds. Although we haven't painted any clouds. But now we will. So now I'll come back in here with a brush, and we can add some of these darker clouds. Something like that. Just to help create like a little bit of like a vignette type thing. Although I'm not sure I like that. I don't know. I haven't done it. We need to do some like shape design probably for these clouds a little bit, but I think for now we can probably get away with just having some dark colors. Trying to also outline this giant rock thing. Anyway, I think this is good. Just big blobs. Maybe a little bit brighter. Thank you for the follow! I appreciate it, Cursed Ducky. Okay, there we go. Giant, mountainy, fantasy, very generic fantasy landscape, but it'll work. Very generic fantasy landscape. Cursed Ducky, so I'm curious, what is your background? Did you study art by any chance, or did you just learn on your own? Art mostly I learned on my own, but I do have I have a degree in landscape architecture, which sounds eerily similar to designing fantasy landscapes. Not really, but there's a little bit of, I mean, there's some design background. So in terms of like concept art, right, there's obviously an overlap in any sort of design field of designing for a prompt. You know, you basically have a goal and you design for the goal, right? Obviously, if you're doing like fantasy environments, it's very different, right? Most of what landscape architecture is like, you know, there's a lot of, you know, zoning laws and you know, you have to know stuff about like irrigation and drainage and grading and, you know, how things actually, you know, it's very multidisciplinary, but a lot of that does translate in a way just to like things that you have to think about. Not the specifics, but the big picture view. It's still design, and you know, there's still design fundamentals. So it's not super close, but the design aspect is useful. As far as the art goes, that's pretty much self-taught or YouTube taught. Although these are this one, funny enough, looks very blurry. I mean, blurry's fine. But yeah, I want to do like a hedge maze type thing, which just doesn't really look like. Maybe we design some more hedgy hedge maze. I've always liked hedge mazes. I don't know why. They're just, like, cool. I think they're so unpractical. They're just fun. And I like that. I like things that clearly only exist for the fun of it. There's something, I don't know. They're so stupid, but Anyway, just imply some lines here. Can I share your drawing here? Absolutely, Monster Cord. Absolutely. Sorry I took so long to reply to that. I'd love to see it. I want to see what everybody's working on. If anybody's doing anything, please do share. Maybe we get some floating islands in here. Also, songs with lyrics. I wasn't expecting that, but that's okay. This one's nice enough. Okay, see, this type of environment is very generic, and I kind of don't like it. But they look fun. It's kind of nice. I mean, it's silly, but it works for a thumbnail. There. That'll work. And then maybe there's like little... I don't know. Maybe there's like buildings on top of here. Just draw little shapes up here. Maybe little houses. Every one of these has a house on top. That'd be kind of fun. I don't know if I want to get into that. Anyway, there's some... Funny enough, these paintings all have the same sort of vibe to them. Same composition. Actually, this one too, right? This has that same, you know, sloping upward main focal point. Very triangular. I mean, these two are nearly identical, right? Same eye line, pretty much. Same sort of triangular thingy. Very, very similar. But hey, if it works, it works. Before we finish this one, though, let's add some... I want to do like a, I don't know, some light color. I mean, that's pretty intense. I don't know what it is, but it definitely creates a focal point. I mean, that's certainly striking. I don't know what it is. Anyway, that's a thing. Maybe some faint ones over here. I don't know. It's fun. Very contrasty. Okay, let's do another quick painting. Okay. Sorry, flipping the canvas a bunch. Probably making people seasick. Monster Cord, Google Drive. That's okay. We accept Google Drive. Just don't make me download anything. Ooh, this is nice! This is gorgeous! This environment reminds me of the Star Wars environment. This one? Or Monster Cords. I don't think Monster Cords does. Monster Cord, this is beautiful. This is a very cozy scene. I like that it's up close. You get all the architecture. There's the sun with the shadow sort of on the lower side of the building. This is gorgeous. I absolutely love this. Monster Cord, can I share this? Oh, I can share it on screen if Monster Cord allows. Let me wait for a response. You got disconnected? No worries. I'm gonna share Monster Cord's art if they allow. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. I just know some people are a little apprehensive of clicking Google Drives because you don't really know what you're clicking into when you initially click it. But I'll wait. I'll wait for a response. But yes, I would like to see. Or, I mean, I did see, and it's gorgeous. Thank you. You can share on screen? Yes. Okay. I'm going to share on screen. Look at that. It's gorgeous. The colors are bright and sunny. I really like this scale of a painting, though, where you get to really focus on the design of the thing that you're showing of the building, or there's the garden with the little fences and the stairs, right? You can see the window shutters, like you can see it all, and I love that because that to me is it's something that's really hard to paint unless you know what you're gonna paint ahead of time. Like, so it's one of the reasons why sometimes I'll default to like this kind of scale is because I don't have to be that particular, you know? Even in something like this, I mean, this is closer, right, to like that scale. But no, I love that so much. Very, very nicely done. I really love the warmth of the colors. The purple sky. I didn't even realize it was purple and pink until just now. But yeah, that's gorgeous. Also, let me close out a lot of these. I got a lot of tabs open already. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for being here. Hope you're doing well. All right, let's do a scene with some light. Right now we have no sun. There's no sun in any of these, which I don't like. Actually, maybe we can do this. Lap a color dodge real quick. I'm just trying to think how to add some light here. Just something just really simple. I don't think I want to do that. I don't know. Maybe this should just stay overcast. This one would probably look the best, and it'd be the easiest to do. Something like that, but maybe we don't want to go that route. Adding a little bit of warmth. It never hurts. I don't know. I always like to just play around and see what happens if we slap in some glow dodge in scenes, you know? Like, what if the light just came in through like that, you know? I need to get back into 3D modeling sculpting. I'm severely lacking practice. Oof, gosh, me too. I haven't done any 3D modeling or sculpting in a long time. Last time I did it was years ago. I used a bit of ZBrush. That was fun. Okay, let's just slap in some colors. But yeah, I'm not... That's definitely not my strong suit. I've used SketchUp quite a bit. But I haven't used that in years either. I love ZBrush. Yeah, so I think nowadays most of like what I would want to use 3D for would just be hard surface, quick lighting and shadow information. So like if I'm doing like a complex scene with lots of buildings and light, I think it would be nice to slap in some really just simple light and shadow. But yeah, I haven't done any like organic modeling type stuff, which is what I use ZBrush for. It's fun. I kind of enjoyed it, but it wasn't my favorite. I definitely prefer like 2D painting. That's definitely my preferred thing. Also, what do I want to paint? I don't know. Oh yeah, Bridge into the Void. That's what you said, right? Okay, Bridge into the Void. I feel like if we were going into the void, for some reason to me that feels like you're going downward. Like you're with every step you get further and further down, right? Like so I think it would be a good challenge to like do some downward facing perspective. So like if this is our eye line, and maybe to emphasize it's the void. I realize all my lighting here is the same. And you know what? We might end up doing one more that is very samey. But what if our eyes are up here and we're looking down? Like, maybe at an angle. Because you still need to see that it's downward, right? But like... trying to... I still feel like the void is... like a dark... I don't know, just my initial idea is that... I mean, I realize the initial idea is, like, probably the worst, right? But... it still feels like the initial idea is going to be that the void is... I mean, it could be like a white void, right? Like just a white... I don't know. But I'm almost thinking like a cave, but if I do that... Okay, I do like the idea of like a time distortion type thing with like floating, you know, floating stuff all around. And then a bridge in there. Okay, we're gonna go. This is gonna take a moment. You said you love ZBrush, your game artist. Nice. I could share one of my DJ sets where I conceptualize the environment through emotions with music. Oh, interesting. That could be cool. Okay. Maybe, I mean, the void, to me, I mean, I know you said floatings things, but maybe, yeah, maybe things are breaking apart, and maybe there's like a... No, this is just going to be my first idea, but we'll see. Let's see. And I was trying to think, like, maybe we're looking down at it, but maybe not. I know this doesn't look like we're looking down yet, because the only thing I've drawn is this thing from this perspective, but, like... Just curious how this will work. Let me just get some values in. Just try some stuff. I'm just going to experiment for a bit. Just play around. We'll see how it goes. We'll see. It probably... This is definitely the hardest prompt of the day that I'm drawing. Because I don't know what the void even is. And a bridge into the void. I don't know if this is going to scream into the void. It kind of doesn't. In fact, it's quite not. But I almost think like an inky look. A little bit blurry, a little bit inky. I don't know why. That maybe the shape of the bridge is also a little inky. That's what concept art is? Yeah, for sure. I mean, sometimes the idea isn't though. Oftentimes though, you have depends on the stage, right? Like, if you have like a story or there's like depending on where you are, right? Because sometimes there's like already some established stuff context that you can sort of draw on. So oftentimes it's you're not doing like total blue sky early stage, right? Which I feel like this is very much early. Like, this would be so early where, like, there is no game, there is no idea, right? We don't know anything about it. There's no genre, there's no, right? There's nothing. And so it's like, this is, like, what could a void, what are the different ideas of what the void could even be in sort of just, I feel like very rarely is it this open-ended. But it could be, I guess. But yeah, I'm thinking, like, inky. I don't know why. Inky just seems like a fun way to go. Where we have, like, these ink blotches. Almost. But yeah, you're right that there is a lot of, you know, figuring out what things could look like and... But yeah, I'm trying to make this very soft. Floating, inky, as it gets... into the center, it's more chaotic. Actually, there's that movie, oh gosh, what's this? It's a book series. I didn't really, I think I only saw season 1 on Netflix. It was, bone and light, or something and light and dark, shadow and bone. Is that what it's called? Something something. Hold on. They had the rift, or whatever you called it. Shadow and Bone? Is that the... I think it was, yeah, Shadow and Bone. Yeah, yeah, and it was, they turned into a TV series. It looks like it only had 2 seasons. It ended in 2023. But it reminds me a little bit of that, where like there's this big chasm and it's just like this dark wall thing, and it's like you going into the darkness. That to me feels like the void. Like when you're on the outside, where you're like, you're looking at it, it's just a wall of darkness, basically. That's kind of where my head's going. I kind of forgot that show existed. A tea reminder. Thanks, Skittle. Yeah, it's kind of, it's a very well shot movie, and it's like really gorgeous. I don't know if, I think it was a little too like, I don't know. It was something. It wasn't bad. It reminds me of the Singularity black hole, kind of. Yeah, a little bit, a little bit. That's kind of what I'm thinking, is sort of this black hole inkiness. Maybe there's like a flicker of like blue lightning type stuff in there, you know. I could see like you know, a little, I'm making mouth noises here, but little like blue vibes, something like that. Skittles' dark side reveal. Yeah, love the idea of an all-consuming darkness. Skittle is, yes, he's actually very gothic in real life. So on stream, he has this like chill, soft-spoken. I mean, I guess gothic is also oftentimes dark, soft-spoken. But he, you know, he has this cat, and he's all very friendly. But he's actually like, he only wears black clothing. His walls are painted black, and yeah. It's, he's just, like, very, very dark. He only watches horror films. That's the only genre. From elbows up, blackness. Yeah. How are you, Casey? How's it going? Okay, so here, I want us to look down. So here I'm gonna put like the top. I don't know why I have a green sky. That doesn't... That probably needs to change. But yeah, I want to show like looking up. So I want our eyes to be up here, because I think that would be cool. I think it would be neat to have, like... I mean, now I'm afraid of putting something in the foreground, but... something like that. And then we're going from here down, maybe. And then, so maybe the bridge is going here. And so we're kind of going down into this thing. Maybe there's a literal bridge. I wasn't actually thinking of that initially. Very almost cinematic, very dark. I don't like painting with this much darkness and black. We can lighten it up if we want, but that's okay. And I like this idea though. It's fun. I think my execution's a little generic. And then down here can maybe be... I mean, I guess as this bridge goes down, it could get, like, more and more distorted. It's starting to look like something epic. Thanks. Yeah, it's kind of... I'm kind of thinking, like, it... You know, we're almost going downward, you know, we're looking downward a little bit. I don't know about the perspective up here. But yeah, thanks. It's almost almost. Not quite, though. It's ready for adaptation Destiny 2? Okay, that little thing looks like a character. Just gonna blur some stuff. Okay, now I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna go more dramatic. But also, hi Casey! You said, and Chrissy Carson, you're here too. Everybody's here. How's it going? Yeah, I don't know if I want more light in here. That looks more like singularity vibes, less like void. I don't really know what void means still. I'm still not sure. Don, hola, hello, hello, how's it going? It's an art party, it is an art party. Okay, what if I go super bright? See, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like this needs to have better shape language. So this bridge, it has no overlap, right? And I think having something like that would be better. Right? So having it follow this path. So I'm gonna do this is where I should do an iteration, but I'm not. I'm just gonna paint right over the top of it. And then on top of here, we can... I'm taking prompts, by the way. I'm taking prompt suggestions today. That's what this is. It's a bridge into the void. There. I just felt like this needed to have some overlap so it has more depth. I don't know about this line up here. I don't know. It's something. This one I need to sit on. Iron Matt, how's it going? Hello. All right, this is one. We could pick one of these to work on till the end of stream. Let's do that. Let's vote. Let's pick one of these. We've got some very different ideas here, but I like them. I like the ideas. Ain't no party like a Twitch art party. You know, the Twitch art community is great. I really love it. Everybody here is amazing. Everybody just on Twitch. It's so cool to be able to like scroll through and see all the awesome stuff people are making and working on, and knowing that you're not alone. We aren't always working in isolation. We can all work on stuff at the same time, and because art's like very, I don't know, it can be very sort of, you know, it's a very solitary thing. I was gonna say isolating. That's not true, but it's a very solitary thing, and so I think I don't know, just like even just painting and having a stream on the background. I don't know, it's very nice. I really enjoy it. Your art is so magic. I love the ambient that feels from it. Can I ask if you do this for a living? I do it kind of sort of part-time. So I have a part-time job that is not art related, just sort of as like stable income. And then I do art and streaming on the side. So it's kind of 50-50, but I haven't like transitioned into like full-time art or anything. So I do not earn my main income or my stable income from art, if that's so. No, not in that sense. But I'm up for the task. You know, open for work. $100%. I appreciate the co-working in the studio, doing that now. Yeah. Thanks for being my virtual studio buddy. Exactly. That's what makes art or online so great. Also, because like it's not just artists either, right? There's people who are programmers working from home. We have architects. We have doctors. We have different people being in here who do different things. Doctors probably not as many because most of them are probably not working from home, but there's a lot of people who work from home doing different careers that'll be on Twitch as well, and so it's great. It's great to have like a co-working stream. I'm gonna make a straw poll. If you guys are new here, one of the things that I do is, well, just sort of sketching ideas during stream, and then we vote on them. So let me add these. We have 6 options. We have allow selection of multiple choices. This is the first stream that I've done in a while where we are doing the voting. Lately, I haven't been doing this because we've been working on other things like our Christmas card and all that. Okay, there is the straw poll. I'm going to pin that to the top of chat real quick for 4 minutes. We'll do a quick... No, we'll do 5 minutes. Not 45. There we go. And then I'm going to post it once more, because if anybody's watching on YouTube, which I do have a YouTube, by the way. I stream there also, but it's mostly for VODs. So if anybody ever wants to catch a past stream or see some of the art that we've done, I try to upload the thumbnails or whatever painting I work on that stream. I always try to upload it as the thumbnail. So if you ever scroll through my past VODs, you can see exactly just from the thumbnail which painting I did that day. So that's kind of a thing I've been trying to keep up to date with. I wish as cool as Stiller. Thank you, Nadaski. I swear I'm not that cool. That's all in your head. I definitely am not. But thank you for the kind words. Right? Are you agreeing with me, Casey? I think I don't know if you're agreeing with me, or I say I'm not that cool, and Casey's like, I know, right? Joe really is not cool. Definitely not. I need to ask you a question about the YouTube streaming sometimes. I want to do that. It'd be cool like Stiller. Oh, you want to be cool like me and do YouTube streaming. So, I mean, I can just run through it right now if you want. It's super straightforward. Actually, what do I use? I use Atom. Atom Multistream. I think Skittle recommended it to me. It's AITUM. For regular OBS. Yeah, it's Atom Multistream through OBS. And basically I've just added that. Then you have to do all the, you have to have your YouTube channel and link it all, and Atom. Yeah, with an M, I think. Yeah. Free. Yep, it's free. I'm not gonna pay for streaming software. Also, I just realized, oh gosh, these were flipped. Did I just screw people up? Uh-oh. Oh no. Guys, these were flipped. They were flipped. What do I do? Do we... New poll? Maybe we make a new poll. I think... I don't know. What? Hold on. We only had 4 people vote. Yeah, new poll. Recount voting fraud. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna make a new poll. Sorry. I screwed that because people had voted and it was flipped. Vote again is the title of the poll. Let me just make 6 options, multiple options per person, create poll. Sorry, anybody who voted, don't vote. Voting is canceled today. Unpin after, and no, hold on. How do I unpin? Unpin this message. Okay, hold on. That got goofed. I think this is the correct one. Yes, that's the one. That is the one you can vote on. I will now pin that to the top of chat. For real this time. These are the numbers. You can see them up here. If you get confused, those are the ones. Oh my goodness, I can't believe I did that. Oh, let's try to get this in there so you can see them all. I like them all though, so honestly, any could win and be happy. Yeah, I mean, most people don't care that much about which one I work on. It's more for just me to like gauge, you know. I don't know. It's just a thing. I think it can be fun to click buttons and vote on stuff, even though it's pretty inconsequential. Although there is a chance that one of these would turn into a print. So like if you wanted a print of one of them, hypothetically, it could turn into a print at someday. So that would be the only benefit of me really spending the day working on it. Also, if you are on YouTube, I will repost the poll for you because this is the real poll. I don't think anyone's watching on YouTube though. YouTube doesn't really bring in viewers, but it is nice as a VOD backup. I like the library and the parking lot. You know, it is nice. The library, I like the library. The library's nice. I'd like to vote twice for 6. The parking lot, huh? I mean, it's no McDonald's parking lot. Or as some people might say, MacDonald's, which I never really understood. Because they say it in the commercials in McDonald's, so... Some people just like to say Mac, I think. I don't know what it is. You know, I really like your approach. It's following the idea of make it exist first, you can perfect it later. Yeah, I mean, I like this just from a sort of... I mean, I think it's important to point out that, like, what I'm doing here is different than, like, if this were, like, professional work working on a project that already exists. But I like this sort of idea exploration, you know, partly because I sit down to stream 3 days a week and I'm not going to plan everything I do ahead of time. Like, that's just a lot of upfront work. I like the, you know, I don't know what I want to paint today, so I'm just going to sketch. And then that sketching, it'll take me somewhere, right? And I like that. And sort of the idea will build on itself. And, you know, that's not the, it's not a, welcome in Raiders. That's not really a process that you can do for everything, right? It's not like a universal art process where it doesn't matter what you're, you know, what project you're working on. So it's very kind of, but if you're just like, don't know what to do and you want to draw, you know, and it's kind of like sitting down with your sketchbook on your couch and drawing, right? That's kind of how I think of what I'm doing. It's not, hey, Popcorn Girl, long time no see, howdy. Hope you're doing well. Darks, welcome in. Darks Hawk. That Art Jack, howdy. How's it going? How are you? What were you up to? Thank you for bringing your community over. Yeah, we are just voting, or wrapping up voting, if anybody wants to... Oh, gosh. Hold on. Did I really pin it for 20 minutes? We're not doing a 20-minute. Unpin after 1 minute. 1 minute to vote! It goes. We talk in automatic drawing. Well, no, I'm just trying to explain my process, or kind of the way that I'm painting, because I think sometimes to some people who might be listening, who maybe are unfamiliar with, like, you know, sort of concept art and that sort of adjacent, like, design adjacent art, I think sometimes there's I feel like sometimes what I'm doing can look very similar because I'm doing thumbnails, and then I'm picking one that I like and then I'm working on it. But that's a little different because typically if you're designing for a project, right, all of your thumbnails would be trying to, like, solve the same problem, whereas every one of these thumbnails are all different, right? So I'm kind of doing a bunch of one-off sketches, right? These are totally unrelated. So I'm not doing like an iterative design process. I'm not building and really fleshing out an idea. So it's never gonna be as good as if I were to, like, let's say we did vote on the library, right? As if I did 5 to 10, maybe 20 more versions of different libraries and try to, you know, figure out who, what, where, when, why, how, you know, who lives there, what are they doing, what time period is this? Let's do designs for, and basically build up the story and figure out, like, making everything cohesive from that, right? So I'm basically starting with nothing, or very little, and I'm just kind of making it up as I go. So it's very different than your more standard design process, which I think can be a little misleading because kind of what I am doing is designing, right? But it really is no different than me just sketching silly ideas, right? I think Anthony Wheeler, right, he does something very similar. He does a bunch of one-off sketches of, his chaotic draw-along. But his looks more standard, right? Because he's just sketching with pen and ink. He's clearly just making it up as he goes. Whereas mine kind of has, like, the illusion of, like, a more, like, rigorous process because I'm doing lots of sketches and then I'm picking one, then I'm refining it. But, like, it's not really. It's still just me sketching and having a good time. So, yeah. I want to clear that up because sometimes there's a little bit of a misconception. But anyway, Art Jack, what were you working on? Art Tax. And which one won the vote? Did I see? Let's see. Show results. Did we get anybody voting? Oh yeah, number 6 one. We're doing a parking lot. All right, we're gonna sketch a parking lot today. So that'll be fun. I mean, it's gonna end up being not much of a parking lot, but maybe a little bit. Let me save real quick. And let's get started. I think about those casting out for ideas as casting out. Yeah. It is very much just casting out for ideas. Yeah, exactly. Parking lot reigns supreme. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is very much just casting out for ideas. Just it's basically, this is, so the way that I think of what I do is like the pre-concept art stage. This is like, if you had someone who was gonna go to you and hire you as a concept artist, and this is the work that they have done to figure out what the heck their project even is, right? So they're like, hey, I want to design a world that does, or, I want a world, or I have an idea for a game, but I don't really know much about it, kind of. Maybe they have some points, right? They kind of have an outline, but, like, they haven't done the design work. I'm doing the stage that they would have already done, probably, to some degree, except they probably wouldn't have done it visually. Like, I'm just trying to figure out what the heck I want to draw, right? I'm not fleshing it out, really. I mean, sometimes I will, but this is like this is the idea phase before I do any design work, right? Except I'm kind of doing design at the same time, so it's kind of weird. So yeah, this is just me figuring out what I want to paint. Okay, let's take this, make it larger. Gotta head out, see you around. See ya, Curse Ducky. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Have a good day. Pre-production initial mood board concept art or something. I don't. Yeah, very much that. Yeah, I don't know. Different clients have called it different things. Exactly. This is like maybe there is as Curse Ducky kind of pointed out, there is a phase, or I guess maybe I pointed out, but there is a version of concept art that is very sort of blue sky, very early, before you even do like any sort of fleshed out. You're trying to figure out a direction for a project. Sometimes it's sort of, visual language direction. Sometimes it's like sometimes it's even more pre-production than that. Like, before you'd hire on actual concept artists, you might have one person or two people kind of trying to plot out the initial direction. That's kind of what I'm doing. I'm just trying to plot out an initial direction for an idea. And now, right, we have one. Now I have an initial direction. And now we can say, okay, this seems to be, maybe like gothic sort of fantasy. There's a little bit of, carriage, dark, gloomy, like we kind of have a vibe right? We kind of have a mood board at this point, minus the actual mood board, right? I could go and get references now, but at least I would know what to get references for, right? Like, before, I didn't even know what to find references for because I just had a bunch of disjointed things and I didn't know what I was going to work on, right? These are all very different. Each one of these could have had their own references, right? So now I know what I'm going to paint, sort of. And so now I can start designing. I could start collecting some references. But before that, I couldn't have really done that. And so I think this is like a weird spot for a lot of people, I think, when it comes to painting. Because most people, when they paint, they're like, I just want to draw something, and now I want to paint it. Which is kind of what I'm doing. But yeah, anyway. I just want to throw that out there, because sometimes it might be a little confusing to someone who's never seen my stream before. So, like, what exactly am I doing? Because I'm not working on a project. I'm basically just like, okay. I'm kind of giving myself, like, one-off, one-day art challenges in a way, where I have to now come up with something. And I'm actually going to do that right now. I'm going to go find, like, you know, like, old carriages. Let me grab PureRef. Slap some real quick references in here. You know, just stuff like this, like a carriage. I don't know if that's what... What is this? That's a fun thing. Probably not going to use that, but that's somebody else's design, and it's kind of neat. There's a lot of, like, old, weird... Look at that. That is something. But, you know, just carriages, 4 wheels, carriage thingy, horse-drawn. You know, fun stuff. Maybe some, like, gothic horror architecture. Gothic vibes. Maybe not horror, but sort of, you know, cathedrals and towers and maybe not even gothic, but more just like medieval. But yeah, anyway. But maybe we'll do something. Maybe we'll add a spin to it. Because, like, see, even at this stage, I'm not convinced I know what I want to paint. So maybe we'll add a spin, you know? And by adding a spin, I mean, like, maybe I don't just want to paint the generic medieval town. Maybe I want to do... I don't know. Maybe there's going to be some technology involved, and, you know, but maybe I start with some, you know, shapes of buildings, you know, towers. So maybe there's a big cathedral in the background, you know, with the big towers and shapes that oftentimes exist. You know, all the spires, you know, some Tudor architecture. But yeah, we're just in the parking lot. We've got our carriages here. And I'm still, you know, I'm still doing composition stuff right now. I'm not... Yeah, nothing fancy. But I am starting to add some form to some of these, maybe trying to figure out... I know a lot of... I'm painting with a lot of black right now, but maybe I'll change that in a moment. But, you know, maybe these carriages, a lot of them have this little dip down here. And then, at least according to my reference, and then they'll have, like, this little area up here. That looks like a car, but... Maybe there's a horse. Oh gosh, I don't know how to paint horses. Horses are so hard to paint. This is where Casey Snow, help. You know how to paint animals? You know what horses look like? I don't know what horses look like. This is, again, references. This is my horse without a reference. Beautiful. No one knows what horses look like. Casey says horses are great and hard. All I can do is offer you a Pinterest board full of refs. No, oh yeah, no, I can find references for horses. I will say I actually really like this early stage sketching. You know, again, before we do any real design, is actually finding. I know this is like, again, don't take this the wrong way. References are amazing. Everybody should use them. But there is a phase that I enjoy painting without references, where you just kind of make it up as you go and see where it takes you. And then find references to, like, fix stuff, because you're going to get it so terribly wrong, and you're going to paint horses that look like, you know, they have human feet or something. Yeah, going hog wild without references is fun. It is. And I think it's good from, like, a compositional point of view, like planning composition, you know, getting some ideas, like, okay, here's a carriage, it's gonna stick into the scene up here, and, like, you know, sometimes it's fun for that kind of thing. So yeah. Also, I don't know about the size of this. Obviously, you can't be fussing over details when you're not using reference, though. So that's kind of a bonus, also. Although technically, you can still fuss over, like, perspective, because that's kind of... Everyone thinks I love references because of the art gym, but I actually rarely use them in your paintings finished work. Probably. Yeah, I mean, I think, like, in my finished work, I absolutely use references, but if I'm just sketching, and I mean, again, it depends on what I'm doing, right? A lot of projects start well past the phase that, like, you already know what references you can find, right? If someone said, you know, I want... you know, here's these two characters I have, and they frequently go on, you know, like, they're in the 1950s and they're at a diner, and, you know, they're listening to jukebox music, and maybe it's fantasy, you know, it's or not fantasy, maybe it's sci-fi 1950s diner aesthetic. You know, you have little robots that look like they're in the 1950s, and they kind of have that jukebox style vibe. Like, of course I would go and start with, I would start with references before I even do a sketch, right? Because we already have stuff established that, like, this is what it kind of looks like. But if I don't know what I'm going to paint that, there's no, like, what am I going to start with? Right? I'm not going to... So, yeah. When do you use reference? When you need to. Pretty much. Yeah, that's... I mean, and generally it's like... Well, actually, I want to... Okay, I'm going to be, like, play devil's advocate here. How do you know when you need to use reference? See, I would argue it is a good habit to just always use reference. Like, in every project, you should probably at some point pull out references to, like, fact. It's kind of like fact checking yourself. Even if you're pretty sure that you have a fact right and you're writing something, like, just double check that you have the dates right. Just double check that you don't misremember, because you probably are missing something. And so it's just doing your due diligence, to me, is using reference. But there are stages where I think it's fine not to use reference, but at some point you should probably at least do your fact checking with reference. You know, just make sure things are accurate, because again, you don't know what you don't know, right? And that's where I think if you only do it when you feel like you need to use them, then you aren't going to know when you don't know something. And a lot of times the power of references is saying, oh, I didn't know that's what that is. You know, like, how, you know, like, if I just tell myself, oh, I can paint a tree without reference, I can paint a tree without reference. Well, yeah, but also maybe there's a type of tree that I've never been exposed to, or maybe there's, like, a certain thing that I just slipped my mind, and I didn't even realize I had forgotten about it, and, like, oh yes, that's how trees grow, you know? And so I do think using reference is good at just as a matter of principle, but I don't think you have to start with them, right? I think the idea that you have to start with a reference before you even start drawing, I think, is absurd. Jed talk time, let's go. It's kind of like I have a saying for myself, which is in every artistic process, there should be room that you should experiment at some point. It doesn't have to be always. It doesn't have to be at the start. It doesn't have to be at the end, right? But there should be room somewhere in your process for just going, as Casey Snow put it, hog wild and not use it. Just slap the colors on. Open up, make a new file, save it out. That way you don't ruin what you have, and just slap in color dodge. Say, what if my sky was green? Like, how would that change things? Is that a direction that is reasonable? What if instead of that there was like an ominous green light coming from the back of this carriage? Wouldn't that be interesting? Is that what I'm gonna stick with? Probably not. But there should be an exploration stage, in my opinion, right? I think, and I know no one likes you should do this type of thing talk in art, because there is no like you can do whatever you want. But I think in general terms, you should make room for sort of actual exploration, experimentation, sort of creative play, right? If everything is just like, get a reference, paint what's in front of you, finish your work. There's no room for like trying things out and seeing what happens if you do this, I don't know, I just think that's such an important part. Like, play a little, Now, again, but you should also use references at some point, just to like... well, okay, I think like you should use references is probably less true, because there are definitely, depending on what you paint for, if you just want to paint for yourself and just have fun and never like make it into a published work or anything, like, go for it. Okay, anyway, that's my rant over. Jed talk finished. Thanks for coming. No, I'm still streaming though. I'm not ending my stream. Just the TED talk. I'll use oh heck yeah! Can you draw a Douglas fir and tell me how it differs from a hemlock? Exactly, right? Like, you probably don't know, or like, I don't know. Actually, I don't actually know much about hemlocks, but I do know a bit about Douglas firs. The Pseudotsuga menziesii, if I'm saying that right. Scientific name of the Douglas fir, I believe. Yeah, I don't know anything about hemlocks, really. I don't even know what they look like. So yeah, definitely could not tell you the difference. But anyway, yeah, it's always good, right? Because you never really know. And anyway, that's my rant. Okay, something about this perspective is weird. That's like the little bit of tree knowledge I know. I know the genus for a lot of the common trees, so like pines, maples, what else? Fig trees, beech trees. Actually, no, I don't know fig. Beech. I know beeches. I know a lot of like common, a lot of the common trees I know like scientific names for, but I don't know much about. Yeah, I don't know anything about hemlocks. I don't even know if we have them around here, which is probably why, because a lot of my knowledge. Do we have hemlock around here? I actually don't know. Wait, is hemlock like Pseudotsuga? No, that's not. That's different than... It's not the same as... Now I'm curious. Eastern hemlock, western hemlock, mountain hemlock, fort... Okay, yeah, I don't know. I don't know any of these. Tsuga. Okay. So the genus is Tsuga, and then Douglas fir is Pseudotsuga. So probably because it looks like it, but it's not. The western hemlock is the Washington State tree, so I'm laughing at you right now. I didn't know that. I didn't know anything. I don't know anything about hemlock. I don't know why. It's like they've slipped my mind. They've existed in that part. But they're on the other side of the Cascades from you, so that doesn't surprise me that you don't know it. Yeah. That's my excuse. That's the reason. Yeah, see, I don't have my knowledge of trees is like if I can try to compare myself to Casey Snow, I am like a baby in terms of my knowledge of trees compared to her knowledge of like animals. I know more than someone who doesn't know anything. It I know that's a stupid saying, but it reminds me of when I play chess. I am better than you are if you don't play chess, right? If you've played a little bit of chess, then I'm better than you, right? But if you compete in tournaments, you're better than me, right? Because like there is a level where like I am better than the normal person. Like almost everybody, if they've just dabbled in chess, I'm better than you. But I don't study it really. I don't actively try to get better, right? I'm not actively building my knowledge, and so I've sort of hit at this plateau of like I just play the game, but I play a lot of it, right? And so I'm better than some like I have more knowledge than someone who doesn't have knowledge, which isn't saying much. What's your rating? Like I think Blitz. I mostly play Blitz. I like 1600-ish. 16 depend on chess.com like 1600. I don't know. Let's bring it up. Bringing up my rating. Are we really doing this? No, I'm like 1700. I think maybe 1750 at my peak. I'm probably 16 something now. You can just look. You can look it up. It's chess.com slash jstiller30 is my name. You can look at my chess rating if you want to compare stats. It's just jstiller30. You can look at my profile. I think you can do that by name, right? Oh yeah, what's your rating? No, I don't. I like Lichess for their puzzles because you can do infinite, but yeah, but no, but like if you actually play chess, like there's like the fact Druvzilla asked that, like he could very well be better than me. I don't know. Like, I'm not that great. But if you don't really play, or if you've played a few times in your life, I will be better than you. Right? So I'm like at that weird spot, like intermediate, right? Or beginner, like better than a beginner, definitely not an expert or experienced, right? I'm like, or I guess experience is not the right word. Anyway, and so that's how I feel like I am with like plant knowledge as well. Like I have a well-rounded base, I think. But I just have never taken it further. I don't know. So yeah. Anyway, this was gonna be a parking lot, but now I'm not so sure. Let's find horse anatomy. I think Casey Snow linked us some horses. I don't know what this is. The Bard's Tale Band. Are we listening? No. Does it? I don't want. I don't want songs with lyrics at the moment. Popcorn Girl says, when I was 13, I used to play chess with an ex-convict who lived next door. He asked me to design him a tattoo, and I've always regretted that I didn't, because that would have been a weirdly wholesome memory. Oh, that's cool. I have a book of Greater Northwest trees. Mostly, I bought it because all the pictures are pen drawings, and they're so beautiful. Oh, that's really cool. You want to learn more about dendrology? For sure, my plant knowledge is low. It would be helpful for environment illustrations, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think just knowing about the thing is more important than knowing the thing. Like, I don't think you need to know everything there is to know about every tree or every plant, but knowing that some trees exist in certain climates and other trees don't, and kind of, you know, maybe a general classification of like types of trees that exist in certain environments. So like if you're ever drawing a desert, you're like, oh, like here's some things I might be able to search up, right? Like you don't need to know the stuff offhand, but you need to know enough to know how to do a Google search, right? That's like my standard for like what I want to know is like, do I know enough to know what I need to look up? You know, I don't need to know everything. Just but I need to know like that there's a like, oh, there's a weird thing that I can search up. I don't remember the name, but I at least know it exists and it's weird and it might be useful and maybe I should go down that path. And so yeah, that's kind of where I am. Okay, we are gonna paint some horses. Are there good images of horses from a 3/4 view facing away from us? I need to find horses. Well, I don't need to find the exact pose, but it sure would be nice. That's my level of art skill with when it comes to horses. It's like, I just need the right pose. I know that's not the way to do it. You should learn the actual anatomy. Also, horses sometimes have pretty long legs. They have the circular thingy here. They kind of got like a... There's a little bit of a gesture going on. The back of it. Oh, I don't think that's good. Excuse me. But yeah, horses are tricky to draw. Okay, do I just bust out a dark pen and just start drawing carriages? Also, let's have a tickle in my throat. I don't know why. Why am I coughing? Am I dying? No, I'm good. Okay. Horse carriage. Yeah, I have like a weird tickle that I can't get rid of. It's not like a cough. It's not like a coughing tickle. It's just like a... It's very annoying. Another fun fact, says Chrissy Carson, on the eastern side of the Great Smoky Mountains in the Great Smoky Mountain National Park, there are some of the... Here, let me move this so I can read it properly. Here, let me put it over here. Actually, we don't need to put that on stream. There are some of the same trees as on the western side of the Cascades because it gets the same climate, but only up at a certain elevation. You see this when you go to Clingman's Dome, the site where Tennessee and North Carolina meet. Oh, interesting. I mean, it doesn't surprise me, right? Especially with you know, it's not like we have... I don't think we have, like, laws of, like, interstate plant travel. Or do we? I don't think we do interstate. Like, obviously, nationally, right, we do. And so, like, even certain things would grow in other countries, for example, than we have here. But oftentimes, we won't, or they won't have them because you can't, like, it's illegal. Oh, do we with firewood? Okay, I didn't know that. But, like, so there's a lot of places with similar climates that would grow lots of plants, but we aren't allowed to, like, bring the plant over. Whereas in the US, a lot of, like, you know, what's stopping random, you know, Farmer John from putting something in his truck when he moves, driving across country and planting it in his new location? Like, if it'll grow, it'll grow, right? And so, like, it makes sense that we have a lot of, like, you know, mixing of things because you have all these different climates. So a lot of places are going to be distinct, like eastern and western Washington, because one's like a desert and the other isn't. But in places that have similar climates, you would kind of expect it, I feel like, at least in the US. California has some interstate plant laws. Okay, see, I didn't know that. Apparently, interesting. I don't... How would you enforce that, though? I guess just a big enough fine that... Yeah, I guess you would just have to have a big enough fine that, like... Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, this does not look good, but that's okay. Also, this horse is way too tall, I think. I realize I'm basically just drawing in black right now. Also, I just lost chat. I think it's probably not well enforced. More of an ask if you get caught, a fine. Yeah. More of an ask than if you get caught, the fine. Yeah. I found a cool reference of a horse with its head tilted. I don't know if I'm skilled enough for that. But let's try it. Let's give it a whirl. Horses are weird. They're cool, but they're weird. I kind of feel like this should be... It's a weird camera angle. See, I feel like this isn't right. I feel like I don't know... No, because their head is, like, even with their butt, right? And so technically, if this is our perspective, right, their butt should be up here. And it should be like this. And we're, like, underneath it. So I don't know if that's the way I want to do it. Hold on, let me think about this. I mean, we could just be zoomed out, and it doesn't have to have that crazy foreshortening. I don't know. What do I want to do? I'm trying to think. This is less about how to draw and more what do I want to draw. But I do like that there's, like, these towers and stacks of buildings. It's kind of... Their heads is only even with their butt if they keep their head down. Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, if they have their head down. Good point. The reference I have has their head down. But, like, I guess what I meant is, like, the back, right? The back of them. Even at this spot, right? But, like, it should still be like this. Right? Because, like... But this is... It's, like, an extreme perspective, though. But I don't know if this is how I want to do it. This is where I guess just gesture. Try to get the gesture down to where it looks good. Maybe we'll go like that. I don't know. Yeah, their butt would look quite large. It also depends on, like, how foreshortened I want it, right? And I think I do want it foreshortened, because it's a little bit bigger than... Do I just want to draw a gigantic horse butt in the front of the screen? I think maybe. But also we could move it, right? So we could take something like this. do like a perspective and go boop. Oh. Something kind of like that. And obviously this isn't going to preserve the form. Actually, what if we did put the head down? That might be kind of cool. Is that kind of a weird angle? Head down. It's kind of interesting. Maybe a way to, like, make the silhouette not as... something like that, maybe? I feel like that's starting to be okay. I mean, maybe not. I don't know. I mean, kinda. There's something to it. It almost doesn't look like a horse, but... And of course we can have the straps and stuff. Which can maybe help show some of the... Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, Chrissy, I think you're right. The head up is nice. But you can also point it kind of, if it's just a silhouette with like, the ears, right? You could have, like, a... Yeah, I don't know. It's tricky. Head up would be nice, because then you can point. But then you're also kind of drawing, like, an additional focal point. I don't know. I kind of want to try this. I don't know if it'll be a good idea. Yeah, I don't know if this is a good idea, but it's an idea, and I think it's worth trying it anyway. You know? In some ways, this is neat, because it sort of... Maybe this leg goes like that. Is this horse too skinny in the front? I mean, the horse legs are very skinny. Maybe, like, I feel like we should still see these things go over the edge. And the mane goes this way. Pointing the ears. My reference isn't great. Keep up the good work. Oh, thanks, Monster Cord. Yeah, this is kind of a weird pose for a horse. I'm not gonna lie. Very strange. Also a really bad reference that I had. Also, that's just not the shape of a horse head, is it? I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe that's not right. I don't know. It kind of works. I think what I need is form. So maybe like lighter in the front. on the front of the nose, so we can tell that it's turned, and then we can get like a shadow here. And then we can have light on top of the horse. We can show that indentation down here. And this. Pulling a carriage. But yeah, I mostly do want... Yeah, this is kind of a weird thing, because now it's like the scene is about the horse, and that's kind of weird. I mean, it's fine, because again, this is about the parking lot. But yeah, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, hold on. Maybe this will have a tiny little wheel in the front, and then a big wheel in the back. Kind of just painting over some of the... There. Something like that, maybe? And then these people will be, like, up here. Maybe they're not... Maybe they're parked, though. I guess you could still have a dude sitting up here. He's like the lead dude on the horse who drives the carriage. Maybe there's two of them. I don't know. And maybe there's some shadow down here. And some here. Oh, not with the tangent. And then some light stuff back here. And then as it gets into the distance, we can start to see some things stick upward. I don't know about the light poles. It's kind of weird, isn't it? Maybe not. Maybe we can have some light poles. I don't typically paint scenes with lights, you know? Because normally I'm painting like fantasy stuff. There's not a lot of electricity. And obviously this is very dark, and I don't know if I like that. Dark, dark, dark. Okay, now we can do the fun stuff. We can play around. Let's add some color. Also, we should probably keep adding some shape too, because some of these are... But yeah, let's add some lighting. You know, this is where we can also come in here with like the wheel well. And say, okay, this is gonna be a wheel. You know, this bottom part of the carriage is like a mesh, probably. The top is a little bit more rigid. And maybe there's like color, you know, maybe there's gold and stuff. I don't know. Greens. Let's put in a color. No, green would be ugly. I feel like golds or some sort of, I don't know, maybe some markings on the horse. Or what about a white? No, not a white horse, because white horse would stand out. Maybe this horse could be white. That could be a white horse. And we could put a dark shape here to kind of silhouette the white horse. I don't know. This doesn't feel like a parking lot, but also that's okay. It's still the ground. We're mostly painting this area. Maybe there is a some sort of entrance over here though that we can tell is the entrance. Did they have parking lots back then? I don't know. They had to park their stuff somewhere. So probably. They probably didn't call them parking lots. They probably called them like horse stalls or, you know, the stables. Um but I'd like to think they probably had some place like out front in the estates that they would stop at, and you'd put them like the little posts in front of shops. You definitely had you've seen those, right? They'll have like a store, and then they'll have like back in a western, they'll have like it'll just look like this, and then they'll tie their horse to it. So you'll have your horse. This is how you draw a horse. Um, and then you tie your horse to this little rope thing in front of the store. And yeah, you see those in like westerns, right? Yeah, you see them in westerns. And so I don't know what you call that, but that's the parking lot. It's out in front of the store. I'm just doing some very scribbly sketching. I haven't done a lot of sketching, but... Or not like this, anyway. But I think it's fun. Just try and make like a monster of a city. Oh, that's a tangent. Let's get rid of that. Maybe we'll go a little bit red. I feel like this should be the overhang. But maybe not. Like, where does our eye want to look? I mean, it's kind of here, right? Little characters here. There, something like that. Very, very loose. But I like this. I think this looseness works. Is there gonna be like power lines up here, which would be kind of fun? I don't know if we'd have power lines in this type of environment, but it does. Also, this should be wider. Wider. I kind of want to put something in the top. I don't know what. Again, maybe just another power line up. Or not a power line, but a pole. A lamp post. Let's type in muddy tracks. Muddy tracks. Let's see. Muddy car wheel tracks. Images. This is one of my... Here, let me show you my reference for this. Like that. Can you guys see that? Yeah. Basically just literal, like, tracks in the mud. Because I'm thinking, like... I want, like, carriage tracks, you know? Maybe there's 2 of them. So, like, here would be a carriage. This is where it would go. So you'd get these grooves, these channels where the water is. And it would create these lines. But then you also have, like, crisscross tracks, right? That go a different way. And they break that channel. Right? And where they break the channel, you get, like, this little ridge of mud that gets very dark. And so they should be parallel most of the way, but again, occasionally they'll be intersected by other breaks. That's kind of something that I... See, I don't know if I like that, though. Maybe it should come that way. I don't know. Painting mud is always a fun texture to do. I haven't done a lot of it. I'm not that great at it, but it feels like a texture that is almost necessary if you ever do fantasy environments. You know, painting stuff like, or just really any environments, but painting stuff like this, right? It's just getting that sense of like light and dark. These tracks that sort of all converge. They have to stay parallel, but then again, you can also have like random bits. I don't know. Okay, I'm curious. This might get a little too dark, but let's try it. Vignette. Very dramatic scene. Just... This might be too much. Obviously, I'm not just going to make it this dark, but it is fun to try this. This is my experiment phase again. And obviously, again, not going to be this dark in the whole thing. But maybe, so now when I turn it off, right, there's still that vignette around it, really driving in that sense of detail, or that sense of lighting. I don't know if that's good. It's something. Do I like it? Maybe. Maybe. Thank you for the follow! I appreciate you. Hope you're doing well today. Okay, so that's something. I kind of feel like, honestly, this thing here should almost be... I mean, it's weird because you can't just move something in perspective like that. But we're at the stage where it's still early enough and there's not enough perspective that I think we can get away with that. Giant city. The only issue here is there's no like hierarchy in composition, right? Like we could have probably have gone like this. Let's do that. I'm just gonna move things around a bit to play with composition a bit more. Actually, is that better or worse? This feels more manufactured, kind of, which is okay. Like, are these further back? Maybe that's the issue. We don't have enough depth back here. Maybe if we put more depth. Hey, I feel like we also need stuff in the foreground, right? We need stuff like back here. Just random stuff. It could be stalls and carts and other people and their horses. I'm just putting in blobs. These blobs are going to be people. Which I should probably have made more clear. But just something so that there's, like, more depth, you know? I guess we could also push these back a little bit. Oh, it's Gerudo Valley. No. Yeah, isn't this Gerudo Valley? I don't remember. It's something like that. Song of Storms, not Gerudo Valley. I'm dumb. The Gerudo Valley is the... It's different. Yeah, okay, I'm dumb. Bad Zelda remembering. Bad remembering. Ooh, I'm embarrassed. I should know that. I just stumbled upon your stream and wow, it's really good. You're very skilled. Oh, thank you, Alex the Wizard. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm struggling with this one. So here, I can show you what we did at the start of stream today. Ignore this random horse thing here. This is what we did today. We started out with a bunch of sketches. I had people give me random prompts. So the first two, this was from last stream technically, but the number 2 to 6 were from today. So this one I was just sketching on my own, just some sort of foresty place. Then somebody suggested I paint a library, so here's a library. That was a fun little one. I like that. And then somebody suggested I paint a bridge to the void, which I had no idea what I was going to do for that, and this is what turned out of it. It was fun. I was thinking like some sort of weird black hole almost like thing that's sort of absorbing things. It's not super clear, but it was fun. And then I was painting just something else, sort of floating islands, your standard fantasy landscape with the hedge maze. And then somebody recommended a parking lot, which is what this turned into. Or it started as a parking lot, but I'm taking it into a different route. I don't know. It's fun. Not very parking lot-esque anymore, but it, you know. Just doing some sketching. Trying to think how I want to play around with the tops of these buildings. Because I don't know. Like, do I want little areas in here? I mean, I guess windows is always good. Those are super cool. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. I had fun doing them. It's fun to just either give yourself an idea or take someone else's idea, sort of, and just try to sketch it. It's just fun to try and like build on ideas and sketch them. I enjoy it. It's a good exercise. Just doodling random stuff. And sometimes it'll turn into something that you weren't expecting. I mentioned this, I was talking about this a bit earlier today, but sort of just like making room for experimentation. Because I don't have still got parking lot vibes, a little bit, not too much, but because sometimes because I don't have like a strong theme for this, or I don't have some sort of vision ahead of time, a lot of times you can just experiment, be like, what if I put green light in the windows? And suddenly you have like, you know, oh, what if it were like a science lab, or, you know, there's science going on, you know, or weird spooky things happening in these buildings, you know, or maybe in the back of the carriage, you know. I mentioned that earlier, like what if I put a light, or, you know, maybe I want to put like the sunlight coming in and shining on half of the buildings, You know, and so sometimes just experimenting will give you ideas, and if you think of something, like I actually kind of like the green lights in here. It's a little bit creepy, and it's a little unusual. And what if we use that like what if these lamps are green lights? That would make it less creepy. I don't get the parking lot vibes. It's way more alleyway, cobblestone street. Yeah, it does. I was thinking more like this was going to be the front of the city, or like the gate, and you got to put your horses outside. So here's would be the front. And less of a street and more of like a, you know, if you want to enter this place, you must put your horse in front. But I don't think it came across. That was my bad. I kind of didn't try very hard to keep in line with that initial idea, but that's okay. But what if there was some weird stuff taking place in here? Maybe we get some of those gothic vibes, spires and things. I don't know, playing around with some shape. Like a city wall. Maybe this is the outside wall of the city. Gargoyles. Of some sort. This looks like a vulture. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up as I go. Purple light, what is there in a cult inside? Blue, what if there's magic? Pink light, what if there's a party? Exactly. Basically every color of light tells a story. Yeah, green light is like aliens if it's in the forest, or science experiments, apparently, which is stupid because like who just has lights, green lights flickering? But yeah, it's funny how that works. And I'm not being particular with details at all. See, I kind of like this. I don't really know what else I want to do to it. I don't think I want to make it into a final painting or anything. There's enough wrong with it that I don't really want to fix. But we can still play around with the shapes a bit. I think maybe here's what I should do. Move the horse. Make way for something in the foreground. Or not foreground, in the midground. Like this. Like a stall or something. I don't know, just something here. So that it feels... Funny, I've been thinking about this horse. Yeah, the head also probably should be raised. I don't know. I think the raised head would be better. He's kind of in a dumb spot. Also, that's not how a horse would look. I don't know how to draw horses. Horses are hard. I mean, okay, that doesn't look like a horse. Do I like that? No, not really. I mean, the head down is actually not... Oh gosh, what have I done? I'm on the wrong layer. But maybe there's something we can put here. I don't know. Just something in between. Oh, that's massive. Hold on. Something in between the city and the parking lot. A guard, perhaps? A unicorn, perhaps. Ooh. Space spots. I like it. You can do it? Yeah, maybe. I'm just trying to think, what do I want in here, right? So much of this is like, because I don't have a clear idea of where I'm going with this. So a lot of this is like, just what do I want to do? You know, some of it's a scale issue. So, you know, do I want this thing way above? Does it go all the way down to the ground? Also, how far away is it? If it's really far away, maybe I make it like pencil thin light coming through, which could be kind of neat. And I like this struggle because it's like, okay, well, what am I, what do I want to do with this? And if this is here, maybe there's like, again, stalls or stands or something. Just, again, I'm just making shapes. I'm literally just scribbling. A horse skeleton. A skeleton horse. Maybe there's like some sort of place where you can purchase things. Like a cart. A cart here, and there's like a vendor. Is that too big? Yeah, ooh, a broken wagon would be good. That could add some direction to show, like, a lighter spot or something, maybe, like in front of that middle cart? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's a little dark. Admittedly, it's a little dark. Okay, what if we also come in here with, like, a different color? Like a red? I like my big blob shapes. This does not look like a person. Yeah, maybe we can have some light passing underneath this cart. Very, very simple here. Maybe there's... Ooh, maybe we get, like, purple or pinks. Different colors. Maybe there's colors all... No. That's too much color. Okay, I want to try something. I'm gonna ruin it. I like the lighting. Yeah, I'm gonna ruin this real quick. Just for fun. We get our... No, not that. The gate is opening up. There's a light spilling across the scene. Some rim light on the horse. I'm really bringing that light in there. That might be too much. It's a lot. Okay, now the green is just awful. Oh, let's get rid of the green then. Can I go back in the green? Nope, I can't. That's what I was thinking about. So that's... Initially, I added that pink in here, and I was like, what if I put pink? Well, the problem was that it was too different of a color, and I think that doesn't work. So, here, maybe we'll get rid of the green, and that way we can harmonize the colors a little bit better. Or maybe some of the green can stay. Zoom out further again. Oh, sorry. Could you not see it? Yeah, well, I wanted to add the like a green or something of different colors, but I think if I just put like a pink in here, it's not going to look good. I think I need lots of colors. And I think I could do that if I, bring in colors that are more harmonious with red. So maybe some orange, some red. I don't know. Kind of fun. Again, none of this is fleshed out, right? Obviously, I'm not like coming in here and using line art and like designing everything, being like, here's where the cart is, None of that. I'm just literally just putting random lines. Oh, you just want to see it from a distance? Yeah. Also in black and white, values. Yeah. It doesn't read perfectly. Let's put it that way. But it's okay. It's kind of sort of working. It's one of those paintings where it's a fun composition sort of challenge of just like, maybe we put some birds in the sky to kind of enhance that gothic vibe a little bit. Some things sticking up because that's what gothic buildings all have. I do feel like there should be a layer between this and the back. Like a foggy layer. And then this could be like a wall. And so this wall will have its own layers of shapes in it. What about a scarlet orange? It's giving me arcane vibes for some reason. Oh, interesting. Well, that's a compliment. Arcane's cool. Yeah, maybe if we want to go with that route, maybe there's some like fancier lightings that are a little bit, crystalline, like bulbs that are different. They're not your normal light bulbs. They're... I mean, again, I don't know if I want to go that detailed with the things. But yeah, maybe there's some structures that are just, have all sorts of colors up here. Maybe some of that red. And then maybe back here, these things are fancier, these carts. So maybe they have like a... Wait, this one can go like that. They have little hangy downs. I don't know what's happening with this song. Songs with lyrics on my stream. Oh no. Maybe there is a darker spot somewhere in the gate gap. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we could put some little... We had some hints of people earlier with some darker spots in the gate gap with like people walking around. Or a bit more light over the walls if you wanted to look like a bit more natural. True. Some light over the walls. Yeah, there's a lot of things we could do. Something like that, maybe? I don't know. And maybe there's even some more shapes back here, further back. Okay, now let's figure out... Maybe there's some banners, I feel like cities like this like their banners. Maybe not red, maybe some orangey banners. What if you add a stray dog somewhere? That would be good. I like that. I don't know quite where. I feel like I don't want to crowd it too much. I actually like the idea of like a dog running through. There's actually a really cool painting by Jonas Deroe, I think. It's like a nighttime scene with rain, and there's like a dog running through like a market street, which is really cool. I like that idea. It definitely adds good vibes. But I don't know if that's... I'm not sure where I would add it. Maybe we'll add some characters, though. I mean, I guess we could probably do it here. If I knew how to paint a dog. This is a big dog. Hold on. Let me find stray... Okay, let me Google stray dog. Stray dog. Images. I mean, these just look like non-stray dogs, but okay. Let's do something. Let's do this. Let's bring this a little bit. Oh, have it. There's a better reference. Like a dog, like eating something off the ground. Ooh, actually, hold on. I don't have a good reference for that. That seems like it would be a fun... Okay, I don't... That looks like a werewolf. Hold on. Am I drawing a werewolf now? No, hold on. Let me find a dog eating... Make him hairy and he looks very something. Like a were creature. A chupacabra. Yeah, I just made a chupacabra on accident. Whoops. Hold on. Let's Stray dragon. Oh, that'd be fun. That'd be a cool concept for an entire art piece. Okay, that I mean, that's kind of dog-like. Okay, let's get some of that there. I don't know how dog tails look. I guess just... Also, my ground plane isn't really making sense here. Like, this is a big dog, right? No, that's about right. Your work is indeed beautiful, by the way. Aw, thanks. Okay, this is kind of dog-shaped. Vaguely. Do we put one dog, though? I feel like dogs, like, run in packs, right? Joe. Uh-oh, what did I miss? Toothless. No offense, the art is amazing. Oh, no, that's fine. I think it's good to be able to make fun of your own art. I don't think that's a... especially in stuff like this where we're just playing around and figuring out what's happened. You know, I'm sort of... We don't really know, like... I'm not sure where it's going, right? I'm trying to design it and figure it out. And, like, yeah, it's fine to make things kind of bad every once in a while. And then you slowly make them good. But somebody mentioned, you know, my art in some ways is like, you know, you make it first and then make it better later. That sort of that whole meme. And I do feel a lot like that. You know, we're just making it. It doesn't matter if it's good. We'll make it good later if we want. You know, it's like a dog if you squint and close an eye and stand on your head. Then it kind of looks like a dog. In passing. But no, it's fine. I need to take a meme. I need to take that meme to heart. Yeah. I mean, I will say that's I like that meme. It really is just make it first. Although most of the time, also, do I like the colors here? Not really. These bright reds, they're kind of intense. It's funny, we have such a mixed vibe here. We have like part parking lot. Oof. Hold on. Also, this. What's happening? Like what? The ground plane is eluding me. There, something like that. It's such a weird. It's like we have this super bright orange and red, and then we also have like this drab color palette. I don't know. It kind of not my favorite. And also it's a little flat compositionally. Like we just have this wall here, basically, that's dividing the scene in half. I mean, I have some things going up through here, which is okay. I don't know. I feel like this is a good example where I like the idea, but I don't like the execution. And if I were to try, if I really wanted to turn this into like a thing, like now that we have sort of a more clear idea, I think doing some sketches and starting over, sort of doing some actual like composition thumbnails as opposed to an idea sketch, and then we could plan it out a little better, because this is there's some issues, you know. I you know, everything is sort of on its own right now. Like they're not touching. There's no overlap. Also, I think there's some scale issues. It's a dirty, smoggy city full of crime and crookery. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit has some of that. But then it's also like weirdly like bright colored lamps that seem fancy in a way. Let me just merge visible. So there's like, oh, it has a little bit of a, here, let me just do some blurring. I'm gonna do some blurring of stuff. I wonder. What if, I kind of am thinking, what if this shape here comes down? And like, instead of this silhouette, we have, obviously I'm just making a big bold line, but something like that for the wall instead. And so if we had some of these, sort of just any shape that really cuts down. So you have like a front part? Nah. I'm just trying to think of a way to maybe bring in some fog. So for example, if I were just to make a straight line. Also, I don't know what's happening here. Is this in front? Or maybe this part needs to go downward? Just so it's all even. Maybe there's little things sticking up somewhere. Little spikes on the gate. Or they could even be guards or people or something. Just making little, just shapes. It's like they only read if you sort of squint. Like, because if you look closely, they're just blobs. True. Yeah, Popcorn Girl says it will make it feel more rundown and less like an authoritative, imposing city. It just changed the story, I think. I like the spikes. Yeah, I think the spiky things are nice. They're just little bumps that stick up. Now I'm curious though. What if I add in like use an airbrush and just add in. I feel like I'm drawing like a heartbeat, making little spikes here. Okay, that's good enough. Now, this is going to be a lot, but what if I just went like that? Oh. Wait, where did my selection go? Am I crazy? Why can't I get my selection back? Where did it go? It just vanished. What the heck? I made a whole selection. I did a whole thing. Now I'm just gonna do it a little quicker and less nice. Okay, a new layer. I'm gonna just make a mark on the side there, so I have it. And now... what if it's something like that? Where, like, obviously the shapes here are not good, right? Like, this should be like that. But that pushes the top part back to make it like a separate layer. Kind of gives you, like, the wall of, like, the town. I think that's better. If that's the direction I want to take it. And, of course, this then needs to still... we can put these things in front. This must be on a hill. I don't quite understand what's happening with this. Like, where's the light coming from? Is it sunlight? Like, where are we? It's a little weird. I don't know if I like it. But you know what? I'm having fun. I do think I'm getting tired, though. This is by far was the harder of the paintings today. I spent so long fiddling around with horses. Trying to draw horses. Do I kind of like that? I mean, sorta. I do feel like this should probably be... should that just be like a swooshy shape? I'm still playing with composition. This is where I think this process is not working for me today. Okay, we're gonna repaint this. Repaint. I'm adding a little bit of a three-point perspective vibe, tilting things inward a bit. Okay, this dog is still here. He's survived the adjustments. An airbrush. I don't do this type of thing. Oh, I don't do this too much, where I take, like... I do a lot of fog layers. I haven't done a lot of fog in a long time. maybe back here. Setting rising sun. Can look at... Wait. City? Yep. Let's see. Yeah, maybe a little bit of that. I don't know if I want that sort of epic. That gives me... I mean, this is where I'm already torn on the vibe of the painting. Is we're already getting into the area where it feels like we don't know if this is a bright sunny day or if this is like a glum evening. Like there's a little bit of mixed signals going on. But yeah, I could do like a lens flare sort of thing. I don't think I want to, really. I don't know. It might be fun. It might be a little overboard. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I could list off things I don't like in this. Also, the colors here are very saturated randomly. I don't know. It works. It works. It works. This song is pretty intense. I like it. Thanks. Great perspective. Dusk or dawn. Thanks, Hut. I'm glad you think it's a great perspective. Man, this, for some reason, I'm very torn on this. Because I feel like I have higher standards for myself for some reason for this painting. I think it's because I've painted stuff like this before, and I want to feel like I'm improving from time to time. You heard 2 steps from hell, so you're here. Oh, how's it going? How's it going, Flick? Hope you're doing well. It should be at the top of stream somewhere. Over here, let's see if I can... Over there. At the very top. Right where I can... Oh, I have a cursor. I can just underline it. 2 steps from hell, Thomas Bergerson. Yeah, I try to put all the music on, keep it on screen. I don't have a command for it. I just Spotify. I searched on Spotify adventure music, and that's what I'm using. And I know technically it's not, it's against terms of service. Don't ban me. Yeah. Hey dude, doing good, thanks. This is my Friday, so I'm chilling. Nice. Hope you're doing well. I am doing well. We are struggling though to paint medieval scenes with a dog. Also, what's wrong with this dog's leg? Why is it so far back? I don't know. Kind of a bony dog. Which makes sense, because it looks like a stray. Also, horses are hard to paint. Really hard to paint. All I know is horses have knobby knees. My goodness. What have I done? No, it's not bad. I mean, I'm kind of... Yeah, precision is not a strong suit in this painting. But it's again, it's funny, if I feel like if I crop it, this part of the painting is pretty good. Or this part of the painting works. But together they feel weird. There's like a disconnect in color and value. Everything just feels like it's a separate part of a... I don't know. It's not terrible. Will you ever paint a lively, colorful medieval town with parade? Like, I think I have painted some stuff like that. Nothing that I've finished or uploaded, but I actually like that kind of thing. I think the last one that I painted and uploaded anywhere, there's like a top-down, like confetti type scene that I made. Here, let me see if I can find it. Because I think I'm done working on this for today. But yeah, I think somewhere... if you go in my Instagram far enough down, way far down. I mean, this doesn't quite count, but this is kind of confetti. Or this is sort of like parade, lively, colorful. It's not really medieval, though, and it's kind of zoomed out, so it doesn't really count. But that's not the one I'm talking about. This one. So this is kind of, again, this is just a purely sketch. Again, it was very, very quick, but I tried to put the colors and the confetti and the light. So I tried to put a lot of colors in it. And then of course there's another medieval town. We've done lots of medieval towns, but yeah, no, I haven't done any super colorful stuff. Does this one? No, that was terrible. But yeah, no, I haven't done any that actually succeed at that. That would be a fun thing to do. Maybe next stream. Colorful town. Again, here's some thumbnails, but not really medieval. And not really super colorful. Trying to think. I mean, again, this is sort of colorful, but again, also just a sketch. So yeah, no, we don't really have... But yeah, I haven't done it. Oh, I guess this one almost? Well, this isn't colorful. Hold on. This one almost. This was another sketch. It's not as colorful, but it's certainly more cheery. It's not gloomy, right? This is definitely more gloomy. And then this is more cheery. Right? Brighter colors, more vibrant. I feel like there's definitely a mood change there. I don't think this one succeeded super well. I do have some... Does this one count? No. Gosh, now we're getting down into the oldies. Actually, I don't think we're even that far back. What are we here? 2001? So... Actually, all of these are probably 2001, right? No, that's 2022. 2021, sorry. This is kind of medievally colorful vibe, magical vibe. I don't know. Again, 99% of my work is just like rough sketches. No, but there was something I'm looking for. I don't know where it was. Maybe I never uploaded it. I mean, I upload just a fraction of the stuff I make because I paint every week. 3 times a week. I thought I had like a marketplace. I don't know where it is. Oh, this one. This is kind of festival-y. It's more like sci-fi. Popcorn Girl says, by the way, I changed companies and my new bakery is really bad about copyright infringement. I'm in a battle of my life and it's making me incredibly tired. I wish I could open my own bakery. It's so hard to be an artist and it's worse than breaking the law. Is the status quo. I might lose my job over it. Dang. Well, I hope everything gets sorted out, but that sounds awful. But yeah, I think this painting is pretty lively. Again, it's very much like sci-fi, little robot thingies, just very blobby. But it's much more cheery also. It's funny how just color and light can change. I think also just brushstroke economy, if that's even that's a term, but it's I don't know if that is quite what I'm trying to articulate. But like if you use a lot of small, almost like impressionistic strokes, right? So maybe I come in here and just add, like a different color for the shirts, a little darker or something, and just kind of add marks. Sometimes those little marks of different colors can really start making a painting feel more lively than it is, just because it's less clean and like you just have stuff, people and characters, wandering about, and it can just start making it feel lively. Whereas I find if you use like smooth gradients and you use a lot of like, these gradients and dust and stuff to kind of fill in the void, instead of having little brush strokes, and you're using like you're basically airbrushing things out, I feel like it can make it feel a little darker and gloomier. Not darker, but more like gloomier, right? Because you're kind of just filling up the space with emptiness in a way, and it doesn't make it feel as lively. It feels more isolated. So I don't know, sometimes just like having lots of little markings, like whether they're, patterns on the carriage, like the rim, the back of the carriage here, or you have little embroidery going around, little like markings just everywhere. Like that stuff to me adds life and I don't know. But yeah, Popcorn Girl, that sounds extremely frustrating. Obviously, without knowing details, I don't have any comments really, but yeah, copyright infringement should not be the norm. I don't know how I would ever make it as a private artist. How does one make a living off it these days? I wonder, especially with all the AI epidemic. I have to argue with several friends about real life about it. Is being an artist a dying occupation? Oh gosh. I don't know. I think I mean, I think in big general terms, no. I think with I mean, I think there's different... This is where... I mean, I don't want to go too much into AI rants, but since we're nearing the end of stream and art is basically over, I think I can go on a ramble here for a moment. I think this is one of those things where when AI was coming out, I rambled a lot about this because it sort of bubbled up a lot of questions about, like, what is it actually that you're selling, right? And I think there's sort of like in some ways, I mean, obviously there's still like a fight with AI, right? There's still copyright fights going on. There's still like, there's a lot of, right? It's not like it's if AI's here, it's over, let's roll over, everything's hunky-dory, copyright issues are no longer like, there's still tons of concerns, right? It's still an ongoing battle. But I think in terms of like the sort of adaptation arguments, I think there's kind of like a fracturing in some ways. Like the design people are designing, right? And then the people who are selling themselves are selling themselves, right? In not in a bad way, but like your people are buying your art because of you, right? I don't think that's going anywhere. I don't think that the people who want real humans to design good stuff, I don't think those jobs are going anywhere. There are people who want, like, it depends on what you want, right? And I think there is a sector, especially in like single image, promotional content, right? Where it's just like a vibe. AI can do that. So like, I think if there is a lot of single image work that is being done with AI. And there's definitely an area where AI is going to have its place, right? It already has, and it already is for some people. But I think there's a lot of like, if you think of yourself as a skilled professional, there is absolutely those skills that are not being done well, certainly not well enough to actually replace jobs. And, whether it's top end concept artists or, top end, especially if you're the best at anything you do, right? Whether it's storytelling and illustration and sequential storytelling where you really want, but again, there's also the, as sort of like independent or freelance goes, there's always going to be the your art, right? If you tell a story, it's your story. No matter how much you put into AI, it's still not like you're the one telling your story. And so it kind of depends on what people want. And I think there's... I don't think you can just put artists under an umbrella anymore and be like... I mean, not that you could have before. But I don't think you can do that because there absolutely are going to be things that like for example, if you think of yourself as someone who just paints pretty pictures, I don't know how you compete with AI, right? Because AI can just make pretty pictures, right? And I know there's going to be people who's like, oh, it's garbage, it all sucks, it's soulless. I don't know. There's definitely stuff where out of context, without the context of a project, without the context of design, I don't think you can tell. And there constantly will be cases where you won't be able to ever know if something's AI or not, if it's out of context. Now, I think once you put it into context of like, here is a bigger project, here is sequential stories, here is design work done for a specific thing, then you can start saying, this design is bland, it's not pushed, right? Like, if you experience the world of Arcane, and you are a, concept artist, I think you can be like, yes, the designs are thought out and they're pushed. I think if you just had a bunch of slop, it might look nice as a one-off image, but if you were to set an entire story there, I think it would be really, really clear that the world is not fleshed out, that it doesn't have nuance, there isn't there is no like design development happening, it's just kind of spit out garbage. But again, that only works if you have like an entire project. And so I think it kind of depends on what you're doing. I do think a lot of the, make a one-off image and like, again, I don't really know what the market there was before. It's tricky though. I don't know. I don't have the answers, but I do think really thinking about like, what is it you're selling if you're an artist, and maybe there isn't a brand of artists where like you still have to do it for yourself. You have to make the thing you want to make. Like, because, I mean, AI does not have a design process, right? Let's put it that. Like, also, I think there's an argument, and this is a little bit head in the sky clouds argument, or sort of direction, but I think there's a direction of, or a line of thinking that goes something like this. A lot of people, like, art is hard, right? Just as a starting premise, factually, art is hard, right? And I think it's gonna be even harder for a lot of people to really learn the skills of, say, design and like storytelling, right? Sort of the fundamentals of art. It's really hard. It's hard to learn that stuff. And I think it's even harder now when there's sort of this temptation of like, as you're going through this phase as a younger artist where everything you draw isn't very good and everything your peers spit out with AI slop looks better, and you're like, why even bother, right? So I think there is a part where, like, fast forward 10 years, you might have sort of what do you call it? Like a lack of visual storytellers, or a lack of people who really understand their fundamentals. It could very well be that there's sort of gonna be like a drought of good skilled artists who really actually can go in and solve the problems that AI clearly can't do. I don't know. I mean, it could be a case where, like, just, keep drawing, keep making stuff because you like it. Maybe also don't forget that art doesn't have to be a profession. It can absolutely be a hobby. You do it because you enjoy it. I don't know. Like, I have a part-time job. I don't... it'd be nice to just, be thriving as an artist, not having to do anything other than do art all day, but like I don't think that is the reality, unfortunately. And so, in the meantime, just there's nothing wrong with having art as a hobby. I don't know. That's my take on it anyway. And as long as it's a hobby that you take seriously and you keep trying to get better, you will keep getting better. People will learn to use AI to the same point conventional artists make art. I don't think so. Not quite. Not the same. I think I don't know. Maybe. I so there's this sort of, it's sort of a thought experiment. My brain's a little dead because I've been streaming for 4 hours now, but let's see if I can articulate this thought experiment. So one of the things that AI struggles with is control. If you don't have control over it, right? And the reason I say that is because there are just choices you aren't making, right? So if you hypothetically, sorry, this is going to go off the rails here for a second. Hypothetically, let me try to draw something. If you think of a continuum where you have the most control to, 0 control all the way to 100% control, right? Literally from every line, you understand everything. Like an AI this is not how you draw a percent. 100%. Like AI doesn't ever give, like you ask it something and it spits out something. You never have 100% control, because if you did, that's just drawing it. That's understanding, say, exactly which camera angle you draw in, exactly what colors do you use to make the mood. If you just ask AI to make me something gloomy, it's never going to innovate to do it in a way that is like actually solving those problems. Like, because if it was, I mean, maybe if you're talking like some sort of, pie in the sky AGI thing that is totally unlike anything we've ever seen, like, sure, maybe if some totally new tech comes out, but the way AI works now, it's not actually making those choices. It's just taking like the general things. And so if you think of an AI, sorry, I'm rambling, but if you think of an AI as like you are the art director and you're trying to direct AI, there is a point where the only way you can make a choice of like, A, your perspective is wrong. What if you use scale instead of values? Or what if you use colors instead of values to show something, right? If you understand that, I'm proposing that then you can draw it. If you truly understand image making and what it takes to tell the story and do the thing, I think you can draw it. I do not think there is some magical secret sauce recipe that only happens in creative brains. I think it's an understanding issue. If you truly understand it and how to solve the problem, I think you can draw it. I don't think AI has a part in that. Like, if you are directing it so carefully that you're literally telling it what lines to put down, it's quicker to draw it. I'm thinking more like people feed AI reference images and it will make... Yeah, I mean, I think if you... Again, I do think there will be a place where people will use AI sort of to speed up process to do... But I think there's a... I think if you do it at every step of the way, I think you will see a worse result. And I think there will always be, on the upper echelons of art skill, there will always be a demand for, like, the good stuff, right? I do think, of course, people are going to use AI to make money, right? It's going to happen. But if you want to tell a good story and actually innovate, you're still going to get companies who need people to go through the entire process carefully with sort of that fine-tooth comb. And AI is not a fine-tooth comb. Well, it's not just the like learn the fundamentals. It's like a... I'm trying to think of a concrete example. Like, even if you knew exactly what you wanted, or you thought you did. That's the problem, right? Going through that process of designing is figuring out what you want, right? It's not just like you think of something and then you spit it out and like you iterate a bit. Like, not really. It's that iteration process. When you iterate and when an AI iterates, it's not the same thing. Like, I always think, so I missed a lot of comments. Casey says, I think the AI image conversation pretty much boils down to how you think of art. If you think of art as a final product, you are happy, you're going to be pro Gen AI images. If you think of art as a process, like shaping, molding, stumbling through the creative decision, you can communicate something to a human viewer, then you are never going to see it. Yeah, I mean, I think you're right, but I guess I would argue that that process is fundamental, right? I think I've realized I drew a bar graph or a line graph and I never did anything with it. But like I think some people think that you have, this is supposed to be a light bulb. How do I draw a light bulb? I don't know how to draw a light bulb. Here's a light bulb. Some people think you have an idea and then you just draw it, right? And then here's the picture, you know, in all its glory. You got your sun, you've got your thing that you drew, right? Here's a mountain, snow peaks, you know, the whole shebang. That's not how art works, right? Like, I think can you get a beautiful image with AI? Of course. But you're always going to need, again, maybe AI does get to a point. Maybe AI gets to a point where it's actually thinking, in which case it can make its own art. But then again, you're still just an art director. There's always going to be a market for people who want art made by people. And like an idea that is fresh and new and builds on experiences. Again, that is going to be the tip of the iceberg, right? That there's going to be a pile of garbage below it, and there's always going to be, there are going to be people trying to profit off AI. But I think, I don't know. I mean, it sucks, right? I mean, obviously, there's a lot of like, again, I think Casey's right in that you better love the art process and you better do it as a thing, because this is not how art works. And I think a lot of people think that is all it is. The idea, there is a messy phase. There is a figure out how best to show a thing, right? You might think, I mean, anyone who's ever done a commission, probably anyone who's ever done a commission has experienced this, where the person says, I have an idea. I want you to draw me an idea, and also here is how you're going to draw it. And honestly, they haven't thought about that many solutions, right? They're like, I want you to paint I'm trying to think of one that isn't an exact example of something I've done. But they'll say, like, I'll just use a Stephen King example, right? I want you to paint a spooky horror scene that's unsettling when you look at it. Okay, great. Like, here's my story. It has, and they'll tell you all the things about the story, and like, I want you to draw it, and here's how you're going to draw it. The problem is, they're never going to think about, like, the daylight, spooky and daylight, right? Like, how does that work? Stephen King's really good about, again, I'm not a Stephen King fan, I don't really read his stuff, but like, The Shining, the movie, is like it's in broad daylight, it's not dark, right? It's not doing the things that you would normally do, right? You get there through a different way. It's not just like make it a spooky scene in daylight. There's a nuance to it, right? And again, take any movie. There's a million, say, movies about prison breaks, but the difference between like Shawshank Redemption, which is an amazing movie, and some other random generic prison break movie isn't even the idea. It's the nuance and the execution of the idea, right? It's every step of the way. You're like, who are the characters? Okay, that's important. How do they act? The differences between them. There's things that you figure out. It could be the lighting of a scene. It could be the camera angle. All of that's important, and it's the nuance in the set design. Everything's important. It's not just like, give me some generic thing. Here's my story. I guess I'm not articulating myself very well, I don't think. But have you seen the AI actor? I mean, it's stupid. It's just like maybe a publicity stunt. I don't think anyone is like, yeah, that's a good idea. See, I don't care about that stuff too much because I think it's just like people are doing it. Like, yeah, there's going to be some people who use the AI actor as like a thing, as like a publicity stunt, but like it's going to work once and people are like, this sucks. Like, it's not, yeah, not important. People who don't make art think art is copying an image in their head. That's why they look at what you draw and go, yeah, I mean, they're purely focused on the end product, right? And like you said, if all you're focused on the end product, and again, this is where I also think it matters if it's in context or out of context. A random image out of context may or may not be AI, and I don't think you can tell. I can't tell. Like, if you get an image that's trying to be like painterly, and it's, you know, maybe it's cleaned up a little bit or something, like just to like get the obvious errors wrong, it's hard to tell. Like, I don't think, you know, yeah, if you just have like stock, you know, you just tell, you know, Midjourney to make an image, like, okay, you can probably tell it's AI. But like, if it's someone who's trying to like fool you, I think you can be fooled. But that's irrelevant, right? That's just the outcome of the image, like the end product. If you're actually trying to make something where there is an actual vision and you're trying to push the concept, right? It's not just like, give me a medieval looking chair. It's saying, push it in a way that is new, right? Push the concept, push the storytelling, right? It's sort of like when you're learning to design, you know, you're like, you know, give you a gesture. It's not just draw the exact thing in front of you. It's pushing it, designing it in a new way. Again, maybe not, obviously not all artists do this, but there are a group of artists who do that, who jobs I don't think will be taken because the process is too important. I don't know. I again, I don't think I'm making my point very clear, but yeah, but for everybody else, I guess just hopefully treat art as a hobby and, you know, and keep fighting for, you know, copyright laws to protect you and your work, and make cool stuff and that you like, and I think other people will also like it, and hopefully they like it, and then they'll support you, because that's the best way to do it, is, you know, it's a tricky topic and it can be a bit of a downer, but yeah. The studio directors are all over it, want to sign it. Do they? Do they all want to do it because they think it's actually going to be good, or do they want to sign it because it hasn't been done and it's basically the biggest publicity, the amount of money that you would take to sign that would be far less than the advertising campaign of any movie. And you're basically getting free, like, a golden ticket to people paying attention for one movie. And then it'll never, I don't think it would ever work again because it'll suck. I don't think it's a golden ticket. It might be right now. Like the first feature film with this AI actor crap might do well. But that doesn't mean that they're all, no, I think that's just people being dumb. That's people with money finding ways. I mean, look, a dude sold a banana for $150,000 or $1 million or something. I don't remember how much it was for. Maybe it was not that much. I don't remember. But like, the point is that people can make money. People are good at making money. They're not trying to make good stuff. There will always be a market for people making good stuff. There will also be a market for people doing stupid publicity stunts, and people will pay for it because they can make money and they know they can, and that will always exist. And yes, AI can fill that gap of stupidity making money, but I think that there will always be a market for good stuff. And I don't know. But also, I think of art as mostly as a hobby. I do art because I enjoy it. I will keep doing it whether or not it makes any money at all. And, you know, I think there will always be a market for the good stuff. There will always be a market for stuff that you made specifically, if people like you and the stuff that you make, and they want you to make something, right? I think there's definitely, I don't know, it's like, I don't want to sound like I'm super optimistic either. Like I'm kind of a doomer and gloomer on this topic. I mean, I think a lot of there's a lot of stuff that I'm very concerned about. I just don't think the output of the AI is the issue. I think it's the copyright stuff. I think it's sort of a cultural issue where like people, you know, now every time you look at art, you have to be like, did you really make this? You know, and like you kind of second guess people. You know, you know, or even like with, you know, maybe in school, teachers, you know, maybe you have a bright student and now you are kind of skeptical of them and you're not giving them the support they maybe should have because you're thinking maybe they didn't actually do the thing they did, right? Like, or maybe they do cheat and then they offer an apology and you're like, is this a real apology or is this AI garbage? Like, you know, like how there, that to me is the bigger issue. And I don't know what to do about that. Anyway, have a good night. See ya, Spacebots. Sure. So I think some people can save money and make slop and profit from it. But that a lot of the really bad garbage, like what is it? I forgot what they called it. Tully? No, Millie? I forgot what the stupid AI actor thing was called. Millie? I don't know what the name is. But anyway, like, I don't think that'll ever be a thing. I genuinely don't. I think there's a lot of, like, that to me is the extremified version of, like, a publicity stunt currently. Like, I don't think that ever will be a thing. I do think it'll be a thing for, like, background actors and like people will, like, don't get me wrong, people's jobs are absolutely being threatened and taken over by people who are cutting costs for AI. But I guess one thing you didn't hear me ramble about is job loss from AI. I think, like, and that's a very real issue and maybe a good reason to have other things like universal basic income or something. I don't know, some sort of safety nets in place for, you know, job markets rapidly changing in the year, you know, in the 2020s, you know, like, I don't know, maybe something that would, like, make it so people aren't homeless when things change. But I don't think that the change itself is an argument. It sucks, for sure, and it sucks for me, it sucks for everyone involved. But I do think there will still always be a market for good stuff made by humans. Whether or not the current people sitting on piles of money are those people making the good stuff, it might be that all of those people, their empires have to crumble first because they make stupid money-grabbing choices, and then other people who are like, you know what, we want to make good stuff, and then they get together and make good stuff, and then they outperform those bigger people and, like, topple the empires, so to speak. I don't know how it'll work. But yeah, I mean, I think big companies are doing extremely stupid stuff because they think AI is the future, and I think a lot of them will be wrong, and a lot of them will ruin their companies to get there. I don't know what the future will look like, but I do think, the job loss is a very real thing. It's a very real current concern for people. But I never liked that as the main argument. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of them will crash. And that also means a lot of people are going to lose their jobs, right? Whether it's in the transition. And I'm not saying that's a good thing, but, like, if you run your business like an idiot, you deserve to fail. And I think a lot of these big CEOs and people in suits who have never done a creative thing in their life are going to run their businesses like idiots. And it's a shame because they're putting people out of work, you know, just because they're making a gamble with literally people's careers. And I think fighting for things, for safety nets in the meantime is important. But yeah, no, I'm definitely not pro AI in the least. I hate it. I think it's terrible. It's garbage. People are, oh yeah, they absolutely are. Yeah, no, people absolutely are losing their job. It is 600K at Amazon next year that's going. Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's, yeah. Yeah, people absolutely are losing their jobs over it. But that is not, I guess to me, that's not my biggest concern. My biggest concern is more like, I mean, I don't know. I guess it kind of is the concern in some way, but also I think it's just important if you're not already doing art as a career, like keep doing art, keep trying to get better, try to be really good at it and make awesome stuff, right? But also like it's super unstable and maybe don't put all your eggs in one basket. I don't know. None of this is real advice. It's just, yeah. They can make a website where someone types a prompt, various artists paints their interpretation. You just have to pay a fee to access their art, and you can choose it on a t-shirt, etc. Various levels of pay, but makes the average person who's curious idea come to... But see, that's the thing, though. Having an idea and paying someone... Yes, if you are someone who is an ideas person and has an idea and you want to... Typically, you would have paid an artist, and now you can pay an AI. Yeah, you absolutely, AI could work for you, right? Because, but it's not going to be a pushed idea, right? It's not going to be, those aren't the people who are hiring the best artists to make the best things, right? The upper limits definitely are not taken. There are a lot of jobs that are being replaced. But I think also people sort of smell it, like it's I think there's a what's the like law of large numbers type thing going on. Like I think on a one-off case it's not a big deal. Like it's not changing anything. It doesn't diminish your company or your product by using AI one-off. Like not really. But if you do it for the whole thing and lots of people do it, I think it does genuinely affect the product, right? If you use it in the process over and over and over, not just one step, but at every step in the process, through thousands of iterations, you end up with a thing that is just, you can smell it, or you can feel that it's worse, right? You can feel that it's designed worse. Even if the non-artist can't point to it, right? When you're using it to replace people, I have a problem. Yeah, no, I understand, and I'm not advocating to replace people, because that's terrible, and people losing their jobs and their livelihoods is a very real problem that needs to be addressed. But in a perfect world, there would be solutions to that could still let, in theory, technology that is made properly and not based on exploitation, in theory, you could have a new tech come in and revolutionize an industry if that's what this was. And yes, people would still be out of work and it would not be the worst thing. In theory, right? The problem is that it is a tech that's built on exploitation. There is no safety nets or fallback plan for how people would do that. Like that's... So I guess that's where like I struggle with purely sort of economic issues, is like if AI was made in a good way, right? If it was built up, hey, how's it going, Recriner? Yeah, I'm just ranting. I'm rambling. I'm ending stream here. Just giving some thoughts because somebody brought up AI. And of course I've thought a lot about it, although I'm not articulating myself very well. But yeah, I think in the meantime, yeah, cancel your Prime, cancel your Netflix if you want to or need to or can afford it. But yeah, I don't know. I guess in a perfect world, like new techs do come, right? And I'm not saying AI is this, but I'm just saying like it is conceivable that there are technologies that basically disrupt job markets, right? And it sucks for those people. And hopefully, as I mean, so I guess I don't want to get too dystopian here, but just, I mean, this is already the world we live in, so I'll just paint the picture. But like, I think it was the US, didn't they just up the retirement age to like 75 or something from 65? Like, you would think that as technology is more productive, right? Productivity is booming. You can do something that would take one person a day, and now you can do it in a minute, right? Like, okay, you would think that they would just have to like work less, right? No, it's now apparently you work more. I don't make that make sense. Like, that's crazy to me, that you would expect people to work longer, and that's not the route we need to go, right? People should not be working or living to work, or working to live. You should be working because you want to and you get enjoyment from it, not because you have to. Like, right? Like, we're in a world where we have productivity. There is wealth coming out the wazoo, right? Like, it should be going to the people, like making people be able to live at a bare minimum. I don't know. That's my stance on it. And so it is a shame that that's not the world we live in, where like when job markets are disrupted by a new thing, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, but when a job market is disrupted, unfortunately it's the case that it's just hard, it's just bad. Because we don't have any fallback plan. There is no, stability. And I think as a society, in theory, we could get to a place where like we welcome new things. Again, not saying AI is one of those, because we're doing it without complete disregard for any process or ethical concerns, right? But so I don't know. I guess job market disruption is like, okay, that's happening, but it's also going to happen in other ways that aren't bad, right? Like, it's going to happen in other ways too, and we should be prepared for that as well. To me, this is a bit like in the US with like gun violence, like let's talk about the actual problem, not like job disruption bad, but more like, so what are we going to do about it kind of thing, and like how are we going to solve the problem, and like is that the problem that we're trying to solve? Like, it gives me a little bit of like, the conversation never seems to make its way to the actual problem, because people are just talking about the thing that happened, kind of. And I feel like with AI, the obvious problem is like the ethics around how it's made, right? And obviously who it hurts in the process, but also like what do you do when people when your technologies are so getting advanced, but supposedly, that it can replace jobs? Like, what do you do in that case? And I think the obvious answer is, well, we need a way to support those people, and that's, I don't know. And then you could focus on making the thing that you want, because you could have a way to do it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being very anti-capitalistic, but I seem to be overestimating how much people take note of things and pay attention. I don't think most of them see anything worse about AI imagery. They don't notice its worth. Well, as a single image, I don't think you would notice. But I think as like a full movie, as a full video game, as a full like designed set that it needs nuance, I do think you notice. I absolutely, like a book. Do you think if you read a fully AI book, do you genuinely think that, like, compared to a well-written book, you think it would pass the smell test? And I'm not talking like a one-off academic paper. I mean like like a fantasy book with world building and design, right? Not something that's regurgitating, a bunch of real like academic papers or something. Like, sure, those types of books you could probably do with AI, right? Take these 10 different studies and combine them into a book that summarizes them, right? Like, that stuff, sure, that's going to be disrupted, and that's not good either. But a fantasy story set in a fictional world where there's actual thought and design and consistency and nuance and cleverness to how I don't think AI can do that at all. And I don't think it will, because I think the fundamental process is different. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it will. But either way, we should still have a way to like support the people whose work is being taken to replace them, right? If your work is being taken, or you're an artist and you earn any amount of income from art, and you're being displaced by a thing that literally stole from you, you should be compensated. Like, absolutely. Even if you're not an artist, you should be compensated for just the pure theft of society. You know, if you've ever written anything on Reddit, your stuff has been taken and trained on. If you've ever used Facebook, your stuff has been taken. And, like, I think there should be a conversation around that as well. Like, industrial farming exists, and so does traditional or hands-on. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think there's a disruption to job market, and it sucks. But I also think there is an element. I mean, I hate saying it because it sounds very AI bro, of like, oh, got to adapt. I mean, I don't know what else to do in the meantime. Like, advocate against, you know, copyright infringement, advocate against, you know, things that are bad for the environment, you know, take a stand, do everything you can, but also, in the meantime, you've got to do what you got to do to survive. And if that means, you know, get a part-time job that isn't art, or do, like, I don't know, like, there are, you know, keep making art, keep making good stuff. I don't know. I don't have an answer. It's just, it's tricky. I don't know. It's a big topic. It's a heavy topic. Yeah. But I do think there's a lot of sort of like, at least with art, people who make art, I think there is a lot of like soul searching about like, why do you make art? What stories do you want to do? Because for me, a lot of it, like just run through a hypothetical. If my answer to that is like, I want to tell a story, I want to tell my story, right? I have an idea, right? I have a nugget of an idea and I want to flesh it out and I want to build it. AI can't do that for me. It can't build my story. I could go and pay someone or use AI to tell some other story that is your, you know, I could go pay you to tell your story, or I could go prompt AI to tell its story, right? Or, you know what I mean? Not literally its story, but like other people's stories, because it's just a plagiarism machine. But it's not my story. The only way I can tell my story is to like build my story and design it and flesh it out. And like, and if from the art making perspective, I think there will always be people making their art. But yeah, the game was over when Elon Musk had the chance to eradicate world hunger, but chose not to. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's there's a lot. There's a lot. It's a big scary topic, and I don't have the answers. But I do feel like there are some things that I don't know. Like, I guess it's not so much answers, but it's more of like philosophical perspectives that make me feel like I can navigate it without being completely like drowning, I guess. Or like different perspectives of taking, not even philosophical, but just like different perspectives. I don't know. Or create off-grid anarchist societies with the mutual aid and genuine human connection and meaning. It is a big scary topic. It is, and nobody has the answers. Hopefully, the more communities like this talk about it, the closer we'll get. I mean, it's not even about having an answer. I mean, a lot of it's just laws and regulations and sort of... There's a lot of seemingly, like, having your cake and eating it too mentality right now with the laws. Like, in some ways, I almost don't even think it matters. You just need to pick a lane, right? If you're going to be adamant of replacing all artists and creative jobs and, like, stealing from them and abolishing copyright stuff, like, you need to make sure that there are people who can then buy your products, right? Like right now, if you get rid of all the jobs because, you know, CEOs want to make more money, and they do that, like, who's buying their stuff? Right? You have to have a functioning society, and like that's not even being a like what how do they want like what is the vision, right? Get like fire everyone and what? Everybody fires everybody, and now that nobody has a job but nobody can buy your thing that you just fired people for? Like, what is the vision here, right? This feels there's a lot of to me there's like the issue is more like, okay, so how do we go forward? And I think there's multiple solutions. It's not even like the solutions aren't known. There's a lot of solutions. And all of them seemingly can't exist at the same time, and or none of them, something one of them has to exist is what I'm saying. You can't just not have that be addressed. It has to at some point. And so I don't know I don't know. Anyway, I'm just muttering. I should end the stream. Let's go raid somebody. Uh, raid somebody who has a better conversation going on, because this is just not enjoyable for people, and I apologize to anyone. I think education is a big part of us doing our part, though. If we want people to understand the importance of good products and value, especially we gotta teach our kids and peers to see if they, yeah, absolutely. I mean, definitely don't take what I'm saying as like if I think if someone ever says like, oh, we have to adapt, that's not a rolling over. I think there's still like an also fight, but like in the meantime, you know, you do what you gotta do. Nonsense, you had a great time. Oh, I'm glad, Flick. Glad you were here. I do know it's a very heated topic. Alex the Wizard earlier said, I want AI to do my chores, not create art for me. Yeah. I mean, you know, again, there is a world in which what you just said is, again, this is where I talked about like a fracturing of art. And sorry, I'm going to go on this rant again. But like if you separate product art, all about, you know, it's all about a product. Can you sell it? Can you make money? Versus like art made by humans, full stop, art made by humans or even for humans, but like, you know, at least by humans. If you kind of draw a line in the sand and say, okay, there is art as a product and art as like a thing people do, I think there is a world, hypothetically, especially again putting aside ethical issues around how AI models are made, but there is a world in which, you know, product jobs are taken by AI, and it, you know, and they generate enough money because enough people buy them to, you know, tax the rich and basically provide an income for people so that they can spend their time doing the thing they want to do, and they choose to then make the art they want to make. There is a world in which people can make art, and AI is doing all the other stuff, and also your dishes. And again, I'm not advocating for that because I think AI is garbage and is slop and making the world a worse place. But like, I think a lot of people, when they're like, I want to make art and I also want to earn a living doing it. Well, in some ways, oftentimes you're then just making other people's art. And yeah, maybe AI will be making the other people's art for them. And it won't really be good art, but whatever. Like, that's called Star Trek. What do you guys think of going to Mars? Why would I want to go to Mars? There's nothing on Mars. I'm pretty... Yeah, no, I mean, admittedly, it would be cool to be, like, a space traveler. You know? That would be pretty cool. As, like, exploration thing. You can go to Nevada. I mean... Yeah, it's closer. I mean, it would be pretty cool if it was like a, you know, as far as like an achievement thing, you know, whatever, it's neat. But again, there's a big difference between doing something as an achievement, like going to the moon as an achievement, and saying, would you want to live on the moon? Well, no. Why would I want to live on the moon? Would I go to the, you know, but like back in the day, of course we wanted to go to the moon. That was cool. And then we did it. And now we're like, technically we're going back. But like, you know, it's not like just because, and we're, like, this is kind of what I rambled about earlier when Flick was like, oh, but they are going to try and, companies want to hire the AI actor. It's like, I think that's like going to the moon. I think some people want to do it because they want to be the first to make like a big thing and there's free marketing in there. I don't think it's going to be a thing after. People are going to be like, oh, wow, we did it. That was, you know, we got what we wanted. We learned what we learned. And now there's like, we don't have a major reason to go back because it's just a waste of money. And I'm not saying it is a waste of money to go to the moon, but I'm saying is like the analogy there with AI. Anyway, okay, I'm done. Let's go raid. Thanks for being here, everyone. I appreciate it. You have been tuned in to the Jed Talk, Joe's entertaining discussions. I don't think that's, no, maybe not entertaining. Joe's erratic discussions. Something, I don't know. I don't know what Jed stands for, but something. But now we are gonna raid. I do appreciate everyone being here, and this is our painting from today, a little medieval fantasy town. Also, we had a bunch of thumbnails that we did. I like this one. It was entertaining. Nearly got him to go for 5 hours. Seriously, you guys know how to lure me in with a good rant topic. All right, we're going to Skittle. All right, we are going to Skittle. Thank you all for being here. If you guys don't know Skittle, what is wrong with you? If there was buildings and food on Mars, would you go? Is there good internet? Can I stream? I don't know. Is there if I can, like, if you, I mean, yes, if you feed me, and house me, I will go. It doesn't even have to be to Mars. It could just be like to another city. Feed me, house me, pay for my rent, and I will go anywhere in the world. Because that's not something I have right now, so I would absolutely take that offer. You know? So yeah, anyway, that's an easy yes. If they have good internet, I can stream, I can make art. Yeah, I'm good. Settling Mars is not in your wheelhouse? No, thank you. I mean, I don't really care where it is. You're rating the wrong person? Did I really just try to raid me? I just tried to raid myself or something. Brain freeze there. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a big difference, but like, would I like to experience something and would I like to like have that my reality? Very big different topic. Yeah, exactly, right? Like Drefzil said, besides the experiencing it like once, what's the point? But no, I mean, if you give me perks that rival my own situation, then of course I would take a random hypothetical, like, would I, you know, I mean, again, you could just replace Mars with anywhere. Also, like, am I alone? I don't know. Anyway, see you guys. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate you. I have socials and stuff. They're all JStiller30, Patreon, YouTube, all the things, Instagram, Twitter, Twitch. You know this stuff, all the places. But yeah, thanks for all the support. I appreciate you. You're amazing, and thanks for putting up with the rant. All right, see ya. Worst outro, hour-long outro. Amazing.
Everyone as well from Stiller's raid. Hope you had a great time over on Stiller's stream. As always, welcome in. And how was the arting, Joe? You know the drill. Show me the art text. I want to see, as always. I want to see fluffier dragon. I got a